That's why I love this thing. Oh, Chris, what's up? Don't take me with him back, Chris. All right. Yeah. Boys not getting old. You got to leave that one. Not doing me. Okay, pull it in when you get to the rostrum, please. Pops, you come here, please.
Steve, just do a little announcement saying I'm in charge of practice times now. Where'd you need cars? Yes. I can't believe it. It's great. Good morning, racers. Now, we've only slight timing issues, so I'm going to be timing your practice. So when I say go, go. When I say stop, stop. Go. Not ready. Ten. 9, 5. So FYI, this is heat 6, so heat 7 is going on next. Okay, could I ask the owner of the Dent Eliminator van just to move it so we've got a clear access into the middle of the venue if necessary? So there's a white van, if you could just move it to the side, well actually to the end so we can maintain an access to the middle of the site. Thank you. Oh, yeah. That was the road.
Okay, guys, that's the end of your practice. You can pull it up and we'll start swapping the marshals over. Pull it up just after the big jumps, after race control. Pick them up there, please. Good work, lads. So heat 7's going on, so heat 8 wants to be getting ready.
Just say it, Dad. Yes.
It's very rude, Jim. No, I meant you were being rude to him. So heat 7's going on now. Okay, off you go, guys. And get these marshals switched over. So heat 7 is on, heat 8 is going on next. So heat 8 drivers, get your cars ready. Come over.
All right, yeah, I'll go ahead. But that's my thing on it. It's later. Seven. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You're very much like.
Is that lapping, Keith Robertson?
It's a right speech today. I know the shot is good to move the button, but we won't know it. We didn't do it home.
Keith ramming. Hey! Standard service is resumed. So it's heat 8 on next, you all ready? So heat 9, get yourself ready as well, you're on soon. Okay, heat 7, you are done. Pull them up after the big jumps. Thanks, guys. Right, let's have the marshals switched over.
Eugene, you got to leave for race control, please. Eugene.
Get out. Get out. Right, let's have these marshals switched over best you can. You guys just wait up a sec. Come on, Russ, you're as slow on grass as you are on track. Come on, marshals, pick your knees up. Russ, just go anywhere, don't matter. Okay, cool. Right. Off we go, heat 8. So, heat 9, get your cars ready. Tell your friends.
Sorry, Cass. Right. I'll do the same, don't worry.
So, heat 9, be getting your cars ready. You, Steve. We love you, Steve. So heat 9, you are on next. Come and line up. Give me some confidence you're actually coming to have a go. All right. Okay, so you are done. Pull them up and we'll get the next heat on, please. Thank you, guys. Let's get these marshals switched over, please.
It's really good. Oh, no, not too bad. Yeah,
So well, let's get swapped over.
let's get one.
Swappy swaps.
Give it like a little bit of extra drive.
Anyone want to? Oh,
Yeah, at the moment.
okay, go for it, guys. So this is heat 9. So we want 10 ready. Mitch, is that right? Come on, Ben, you can win this. Oh no, that's G. G. Go on, G. So heat 10, get ready. You are on next. Okay, guys, you're done. Is that close enough? Are you happy? You are done. So you don't need Sky. They are done. That was heat 9. Heat 10 is going on. So if you are in heat 11, start getting ready. And over here, maybe even 12. But definitely 11. Hey, you guys, driving around the track. Stop.
Well, you did, Rob.
That was good. Yeah, my rules. Suck it. Let's get these marshals tentatively swapped over, please. Closer.
You know what number you were. Yeah.
Anyone who's still waiting to be relieved, wave their arms. G, go towards one that's waving their arms. Okay, we're nearly done. Go. So for this practice session, we have got a guest commentator, Steve. Wait, where is Bond? Bond's not. Oh, he's there. Edward, what would you like to say about your dad?
You're doing good.
Very good. Yes. Would you like him to do anything different?
Jump over fast and jump higher.
Excellent advice. Do it again, Isaac. Cam, you crashed because you've got black wheels on the back and white ones on the front. So, Edward, are you pleased with your dad's driving so far?
Good.
Excellent. So I think we've got heat 11 going on next. Is that right, Ken? You in heat 11? Excellent. So heat 11's going on next. Heat 12 after that. That's how numbers work. Isaac, are you going to roll the holes you're making in the Astro? Sorry, in the carpet out. I like it. Okay, we've got a final. Oh, we got a final review of Mr. Bond. How are you feeling about his performance so far?
It's like me.
Like you. Is that good?
I'm like
Medium. So you've gone from good to medium. Yeah, that's a downward spiral. Also Bondi's nickname. It's lovely, isn't it? Okay, guys, you are done. Pull them up. Your last cam. Make it count. Wait up. What about pull them up? Didn't you understand? Christopher cheating again. That was internet, Christopher. Banned. You're banned. Maybe. Okay, let's get these marshals swapped over. So heat 11 is going on. I think it is heat 11 going on. So we'll have heat 12 getting ready. Oh, Scottish one. Scottish one. Voltaire. Is that right? Voltaire. They believe in unicorns. I thought it was thistles. Okay, anyway, let's get these marshals swapped over. Come on, G, wave your arms like you just don't care. Head towards a marshal that's dancing. There you go, your relief. Relief is on its way. Come on, Bond. Find someone that's waving their arms. You walk straight past him. Okay, go for it, guys. Oh, yeah. So, heat 11 is on. Heat 12 are halfway up the rostrum. And heat 13 are getting ready. Basically, if you haven't practiced now, come and have a practice. Okay, so Matt MT's here. We're going to have a little interview with MT. Oh, I've no idea. No one knows what's going on. So, MT, previous champion. How you feeling? Having a good morning? Ready?
Yeah, ready to go, ready to go.
Any tips for the racers out here?
What the fastest motor you've got in?
Fastest motor you've got. Okay. So what you're running today?
6.
6. 6 is the fastest you've got?
No, it's just the fastest I've got spare.
Ah, so the tip is fastest you've got that's spare.
Yes, that's exactly why I've got a 6 turning.
Pro tips. Pro tips. Mitch. Mitch. How was the Durango? Fastest Durango here. It's stuck. More power will do it. Go on, more power. More power than that. Go on, Bond. Clear. Okay, guys, you are done. Pull them up after the big jumps. Heat 12 is now going on. Okay. Just remember how nice your car looked. Past tense. And oh, Fred, sorry. I know you don't like dirt. Okay, let's get these marshals switched over. If you are a marshal that has not been relieved yet, wave your arms. Mitch, come on, wave your arms. Wavy wave. No, not you, Cam. If you had black wheels on the back and white on the front, you're staying there all day. Penance. No, I can't hear you over what I'm saying on the microphone. Go on, try and say something. But I can't hear you. Come on, wave your arms if you've not been relieved. Doesn't matter what number you are, go to someone who's waving their arms. Wavy wave. Cam, why aren't you waving your arms? I can't, what? I can't hear you. Cam, wave your arms. Cam's so lazy, he can't even wave his arms. Anyone going to relieve little Cam? No? All right. Off you go, guys. Cam's staying there. These cars are looking disappointingly clean. Okay, so the last heat of practice is going on next. You all right, Cam? Fred riding the berm. he's found a berm. Interesting fact about Freddie Russell, he has the bumpers up when he goes bowling. Also an interesting fact, possibly one of the only people here who's done an actual reedy race. Is that true? An actual reedy, one of the only. How's those tyres, Ben? Where are you? You good? You like them? Spiky? Good. James, are you adjusting your car with a Stanley knife? A rusty Stanley knife. Oh yeah, look at his jeans. They're not covered in paint or holes there. Very posh. Yeah, he's a racer today, not a farmer. Yes, they are. Team 13 is having 15 minutes. No. The man with the most grace thing. But Simpson's got good experience. So Craig, keep going. Yeah? Everyone else, hold them up. You are done. Ben, what about done, don't you understand? Is it as difficult as reading the entry report? Pull up after, well, one lap before you did. Would have been good. Keep going, Craig. You're all right, mate. That's it, Ben. Nailed it. Love you, Ben. Wait up. Is there two Craigs? Craig Mawson, just keep going for a little bit. Just keep going. Right, let's have these marshals swapped over. Watch out for Mr. Mawson. He was too busy painting shells to practice. But if he crashes, don't marshal him because you're not marshals anymore. So let's get these marshals swapped over. Right, Mr. Mawson, just stop. Stop now. Stop. Go. Stop. Red light. Red light. Right, he's good. You'll get shot. Right, let's get these marshals swapped over. Craig, just pull it up for now, just for a sec. Okay, if you haven't been relieved, wave your arms. Wavy wave. Fluppy was too fast to be relieved.
Okay.
Yeah, look good. Are we all relieved? No, just one more to go.
You get a free pair of trousers if you marshal it.
Oh, and Ken, I think you might be marshalling too, you guys. Okay, off you go, guys. Oh, that does include you, Craig. Mawson. Too many Craigs. That's a very nice shell you've got on that car, Mr. Weston. Looks fast. Needs a blue wing then. I mean, I say it looks fast. I mean, it looks fast in a very understeery sort of way. Go on, Simpson, send it. Don't let that lossy past. That's not my catchphrase, Rick. That was beautiful. 7.8, Matt. That's more like it, Ben. Keep it going. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think, Nathan, we're just going to get you one of those Madonna mics. Madonna mics, so you can commentate while driving. Weston, have him, have him, have him. Do you think the choice of motor was the right one now, Matt?
How is it?
Keep going round, you're all right. Ignore that. Just for a little bit. No, everyone's listening to the official rather than me, which is wise. Ben's gone. Oh, look, okay, guys, you are done now. Pull them up, marshals, go home. We are not straight on with Heat 1. It just gives a little sort of thinking time. Maybe. James, what's the link for the timing then? Yeah, where's the timing?
It's http rcresults.org.
See, this is an organizer of a proper meeting. That's why, not us. Thank you very much. Steve's been working very hard. He's now just stuck the country. Not a sandwich, by the way. We got a smell on your face. Right, so we've got a couple of gremlins in the system, which means that we're going to be on paper scores. So if you want to see how you're doing, what you're up to, go and look on the results board. Yeah, we're going to be starting maybe 15-20 minutes for heat one. All right, so just have a little relax, maybe clean your cars. All right, further information to follow. I did ask him. All right. Half joking. No, I said, could you run a dump? I'll just press it. Yes.
Yeah. That's one. That's that. Two. One. That's
Two, check, check.
minutes. 10 minutes to the start of race 1, 1939, round 1. Yeah.
We are going to be starting racing in 4 minutes 30. So drivers will need to start making their way over, and also turn marshals. Heat 65 it is. Yeah, it'll be race 65 out to Marshall. So that will be Paul Upton, Jaden Richards, Rob Gannon, Brendan Burrows, Mark Christopher, Andy Weston, Andy Kerr, Ken Reith, Stuart Robinson. One, two, 1, 2. Three and a half minutes, guys, to the start. Race number 1. As we say, out to Marshall should be Paul Upton on 1, Jaden Richards on 2, Rob Gammon on 3, Brian Burrows on 4. Mark, I shall be obeyed, Christopher on 5, Andy Wesson on 6, Andy Crute on 7, Ken Reith on 8. I'm sure they put a stand stair lift for you to get back up off that chair, mate. And Stu Robinson on the 9. And on the grid, as I scroll back down, and Steve Pearce calls me every name under the sun, we have Stu Dye is going to be on the pole, so inside of the front row. Then The Silver Surfer himself, Rob Fox on 2, Paul Gary on 3, Paul Kemp on 4, Adam Foley on 5, James Hodgson on 6, Aidan Brooke on 7, Russell Lee on 8, the Selfie King himself, Keith Shields on the 9, and Simon Kemp on the 10. And you guys have got just on 2 minutes. You can drive from the start line round onto the grid. And Puppy, if you are marshalling that corner, can you sort the grid for me, please? And we're going to have a mission in race control, playing catch transponder, apparently. And Steve's pulse starts to go a little bit quicker. I tell you, it's actually good. He's like that little stressed Eric character at the moment. I can see the vein going on the side of his head. Oh, it's come down now. It's only at 140. Okay.
Okay, so Gary, the loop, and Adam Foley.
So that's Paul Gary to go over the loop, and Adam Foley, please, because your transponders have not been seen. If you can come back round. There's one seen. So just Paul Gary to cross the line, please. I'm told one's broken. Just to be helpful.
Yeah, so no, it's fine. As soon as I've got like that.
So I'm told Paul Gary may be a non-starter, but we will keep an eye on that one, Paul. 30 seconds to the start, drivers.
5 rows of 2 cars. So that one's not on a race. Okay. 9.
So this will be like a normal start for a final with the Pips and the Warble guys. Go on the Warble.
One Rob, full beam.
And listen for the time drivers. And off they all finally thunder into the first corner. The Silver Surfer has been pushed wide. And I think that is, we shall see as they all come over the line. We shall watch this as they all go round. Oh, and Rob Fox starting to look left and right to the pink and blue mobile as they come round onto the main straight again. Foxy gets a beautiful inside move. So that's going to be Fox to the point now. And we'll see what happens as these guys all trigger the loop as they come round for 2. And here we come. So it is now Fox from Kempy, from Foley, Russell Lee, the Selfie King, up to the 4. And Simon Kemp going big, Stu Dye, Keith Shields, James Hodgson, Mr. 3D himself. And we're just waiting on Paul and Aidan, but looks like we might have already lost them. Back to the racing at the front. Fox just trying to stretch his legs, but Kempy is not letting him go. So the model sport man himself is chasing down on the Foxmobile, see if the Silver Surfer can actually keep going at the front, or whether the talent will leave the building. Yeah. I'm told it is a new dessert. It's called a Fox Crumble. And apparently Eugene Galley is shouting crash from Mendip, and Fox heard him. So Kempy now to the point. Fox trying to get back in this. And I'm going to save the and Rob Fox for later. Kempy leading us down the straight, wearing Rob Fox like a backpack, and nobody wants that. Oh, and Kempy slides wide. That's all the invitation that Rob Fox needed. You guys, 2 down, 3 to go. Oh, Kempy goes big, goes for an inside move. Does he make it stick? No, not this time. So, but he is not letting Foxy get away. As they both come round onto the straight, your lead car is white, yellow, and blue, traditional colours of Rob Fox that are almost boring. He's run them that long. And Kempy there, white, pink, and blue with the pretty looking windows as they come past commentary corner. Fox getting a little bit of bobbling going on there. Yeah, yes, yeah, you're right. Foxy has copied him with those windows, Steve. Must be some kind of, homage to the amazingness that is Kempy. Our leaders coming into back markers. So, Cougar, Silver, you've already had one come past you. You've got second place coming. And on the big jump, thank you very much. That's one. And you'll have another one as well, please, Double X. Recognise the colours on that. Can't think of the person. And you guys approaching 2 minutes to go. And Rob Fox starting to stretch out front. He's almost got enough for a crash, but not quite. No pressure, Rob. Would you like some cream with that crumble, mate? And we'll pick up on our leader as he hangs the left right off the centre hump out onto the main straight. He's closing down on the pink and black Losi Double X with the wafty wing. So please be aware, guys, your leader is coming. Thank you very much. And shortly you will have second place with you with 1.5 minutes to go. Fox now dropping into cruise mode. Kempy still going big. We come past us in commentary corner one more time. And we'll see what the lap times are like. Rob Fox took a couple of tenths out that time last time by. We'll see what it's like this time because Kempy looks to be having a half decent lap. So pink and white, that's second place coming to you. Or pink and black, sorry. Thank you. Oh, and Kempy gets it wrong in the doubles. Kemry has to use this Stannis stairlift one more time. Winch required. And Kempy is going to be now consolidating his seconds. That's going to allow Foxy now to cruise to a comfy win with 40 seconds on the clock. But I'm told even Foxy can throw that kind of lead away. So we'll pick up on our leader as he comes through the centre section. As I say, white, yellow and blue out onto the straight one more time. As he crosses the line, this will be starting his final lap. And best lap in this does go to Rob Fox, 24.2. And he goes smooth. Backs that up that last time by with a 24.25. The Raminator. Fox finding his own way through. So, Russell Lee, I'll pay you at least 50p and a half chewed peanut if you take out Rob Fox. And Russell Lee not wanting to be a factor. So, Rob Fox going to take that. Here comes Kempy. And as I say that, a slight change on the last lap, so a bad lap there from Paul Kemp is going to allow his... Oh, that's going to allow some bragging rights in the pit. So second place going to Simon Kemp. So guys, straight off the rostrum, cars on the blue tables by commentary corner. And straight to your marshal points. Next up, race number 2. And that will be Kev. I got overtaken by the camera car. Bishop on pole. Matt Tunks on 2. Steve Thurlborn on 3. Fabian made the MCS. Sibonini on 4. Jacob Bartlett on 5. Warp Factor Rick Greenwood on the 6. Lydia, Dad, you best to put the right tyres on my car. Wiz on the 7. James Wilkinson on 8. Ben Henderson on 9. And Richard Lowe, I hope I remember to take the camera off the car in 10. So around and onto the grid. Puppy's there waiting to grid you up. Thank you very much, Pupston. So 2 should be Matt Tunks. 3, Steve Thurlborn. 4, Fabs. 5, Jacob Bartlett. 6, Rick Greenwood. 7, Lydia.
8, James Wilkinson. 9, Ben Henderson. And 10, Richard Lowe.
Right. 2-4.
Set up God. The man, the myth, the legend, the fiddling.
Come on, Bob! Come on, Bob, smash it!
You can do it.
That's the one shot. Come back. Oh,
And off they all thunder into the first corner. Fabian Simonini waving to his fans too long off the line. And drops back, and the sun always shines on Rob's home of racing. I'm sorry, Robin Hood. Tied it up in the back there. Come on, you two. God, there's like a bromance going on. And all that going on. And I can see a Cougar 2K at the front. And it looks like Matt Tunks from Kev Bishop. So we'll pick up our leader. He comes off the end of the main straight. That Cougar 2K looking very good as I watch Russell I Love Selfies Lee slithering and sliding his way to marshalling the car like a three-legged gazelle that's been shot twice. Matt Tunks continues to lead us out onto the main straight. Kev Bishop doing everything he can whilst looking back for that camera car. In the 2, looks like Fabs and Rick Greenwood locked in battle for 3rd and 4th. So you two work together in some way. I know it's racing, I know it's rubbing, but I want to see it clean. So in the doubles, that's 3rd place with you. Thank you very much. And you'll shortly have 4. So it's Greenwood from DeCampo running in 3rd and 4th. The closest battle currently on track that I can see. Matt Tunks trying to clear off. Greenwood getting it all wrong. Managed the champions roll it back onto its wheels, but going to lose a place to Babs. And these two going through the centre section. This is your battle for 3rd and 4th. Greenwood looking inside and outside of the Fabian-mobile. Really starting to turn on the thumb screws of pressure as they come round. Do the little step up hop and then round into the tricky rhythm section. Babs is clean and Greenwood is not. So Greenwood getting away with it, but going to lose about 10 feet and now got to start to look behind him as there's a Cougar all over him. And I think that might be James Wilkinson. So Greenwood going to lose another spot there and have to start to reconsolidate his run. Back to the racing at the front. Matt Tunks already through back markers. So the yellow and silver Cougar, that is 2nd place with you. And car just spinning out. Thanks very much. And then orange Cougar coming onto the straight. You have 2nd place approaching. Please do not be a factor. And Rick Greenwood having an absolute mare out there. So I'm going to let him concentrate and get back in his rhythm and see if he can close down on some of these guys. Our leader, though, passed us in commentary corner, catching up with the Thurlborn mobile. So, Steve, you've got the leader coming. Kev Bishop says he'll pay you £1 if you take him out. And Bishop now onto the straight, starting to try and close down on the Tunks mobile. We'll have a look at some of the lap times. Last time by Kev Bishop took about 3 to 4 tenths out of him, and you guys have got just under 1.5 minutes on the clock. So, Steve Thurlbond, you've also got third place coming when he gets there. And these guys starting to spread out just a little bit. With 1 minute on the clock, I can see Marshall's running and someone going for a right tumble in front of commentary corner. So yellow, orange and pink. Thank you. And thank you, Lydia. And again, please, Lydia. That's second place coming. Brilliant driving. And orange and pink, please. Yeah, that's second. Third place is coming to you guys as well. So please be aware. There we go. Fabs now, less than the length of the straight behind Kev Bishop. And it's a double X trying to close down on a Cougar 2. You see what he's got. And you guys, some of you might just squeak through for one more, but I think you're all on your final lap. The Fabs with nothing to lose needs to throw it all at it. And he promptly does into the hose. So Simonini runs out of half the ounce of talent that he had in his carrier bag and going to just about hold on to third now because fourth place is coming, Fabs. It is the yellow car closing you down. And Fabs will be racing to the line for third. Let's see if we can pick up on our leader. There he is over the step up off the centre hump. Bishop looking as close as what he has done all race, but still more than the length of the straight in it. So Tunk's going to be able to just cruise to the line at the start of the doubles. And there he goes, taking the win of race number 2. Kev Bishop going to pick up a 2. And all that going on. Tunks from Bishop, from Simonini, from James Wilkinson, from Rick Greenwood in the 5. So guys, cars on the table, straight out to Marshall. Next up, heat number 3. And Rob Gammon, as you are there, can you do me a favour, please, and sort the grid out? Or are you too busy holding on to the railings? Yeah, he's running away. Foxy's got it. That's okay. So heat number 3 will be Mark Hazelden on 1, Simon Settle on 2, Rob Hancock on 3, Ross Bartlett on 4, Barry Parker will be on the 5, Lee Stokes on the 6, Richard Colbert on the 7, Jason Potter, Mr. CML on the 8, Daniel Harding on the 9, and Peter Moss on the 10. Bring him round to the grid, please, guys. We've got 1.5 minutes to the start. So Jason Potter only wishing to dream of the beard that Russell's got. Oh, my God. Stephen Pearce almost falls out of his chair because every transponder is correct and all of them registered. Good job. So, Foxy there, ready to pick you up. As I say, Mark Hazelden on 1, Simon Settle on 2, Rob Hancock on 3, Ross Bartlett on 4, Barry Parker on 5, Lee Stokes on 6, Richard Colbert on 7, Jason Potter on 8, Daniel Harding 9, and Peter Moss on 10. Come on, guys, get them close to the grids, give the man a chance. Yeah, I'll need to. Yeah, it's just here. Please, buddy. Cheers, Chris. And I need Marshall 5 to be looked after, please. That should be Jacob Bartlett. There you go, come on up. I should have Jacob Bartlett or somebody for him on 5, please. A little bit of creeping there on the line. It's all right, nobody saw it. How'd you crash there? Good job. So, quick person in this heat, I think, will be Craig. Or no, it's a Craig Mawson wannabe. He's one of Craig's shells. But that Cougar looking very, very good. And we'll wait for them all to thunder. But there is a good heat here going on. First to fourth, all line astern going over the hop. into the big double doubles, and it is Mark from Jason, from Ross, from Daniel, and I see somebody going big. And as I look back up, Potter nailed to the point. So Potter going to lead us round onto the main straight. You know, I'm amazed, as you work for CML, why aren't you driving a low C? Back to the racing, and it is Potter from Bartlett. So some of my revival regulars now starting to show. And now we'll pick up on Ross Bartlett. He's in second, defending like mad from Dan Harding in the 3. And this is going to allow Potter just to squeak away a little bit as they all come into the doubles. All over it cleanly, ready for another lap and starting to close back down on the Pottermobile. Going up through into the centre section. So your lead car, white, pink and blue. Your second car has got the pink wheels. Third place with the white spokes, orange and blue. All going down the main straight now. Line astern. Going for it, as we would like to say. So who's going to get it wrong this time? Is anybody going to blink? Potter's through clean. Bartlett has a little bit of a champion's donkey flip. Manages to just hold on to that second place and going to allow Potter to a little bit more breathing space at the front. And these guys already starting to close down on back markers. So white, pink and blue Cougar, you have first place coming. Thank you very much. And you'll shortly have second and third with you as well. Please do not be a factor. And the next car up for our leader when he gets to you. Although he's now wearing Ross Bartlett like a backpack, and Bartlett goes for an inside move, gonna make it stick, and Potter gonna lose 2 places in one corner from one slide wide and a bobble. So Potter down to the 3, Bartlett to the 1, and Dan Harding to the 2. And you guys closing down on the, I think it's the Stars and Stripes Cougar. That's first, second and third. Well weighted and checked up. Thank you, sir. And it's bedlam in the doubles. And it looks like Jason Potter trying to pull a move, didn't make it stick, and that's going to cost him a boatload of time. But sitting pretty at the front right now, Ross Bartlett going through onto the main straight with just under 2 minutes on the clock. Although it looks like Dan Harding with a little bit of a tank slapper from the Bartlett Mobile. Harding now going to be on him like a backpack as they come through round and head towards the doubles. Be careful, there are marshals and cars in the track, guys. The track is clear. Great job, Chris Wiz, and you are cleared across. Thank you very much, Chris. Brilliant marshal in there. Just hope you got the right tyres on Lydia's car. She's nodding, so you must have done at some point, you know. Back to the racing, and you guys, 1:20 on the clock. Your leader, Ross Bartlett, still wearing down like a backpack as they come round through into the double section once again. And Bartlett going to get it 7 shades of wrong. That is going to release Dan Harding to a comfortable 4 or 5 second lead. And we will see as they come round one more time. Potter going to get it wrong again on the jumps. Yeah, 50 shades of wrong. Well, he does drive for Dells, you know, what can I say? Let's pick up with our leader, and he takes it nice and safe over the doubles because he can do, he's got. And I'm still waiting for second place to come through. There he goes. So you got a 7-second lead with 35 seconds on the clock. You're going to do this lap and one more, guys. So in the centre section, thank you, white, yellow and blue. And also kit coloured RC10. You got second place coming with the pink wheels. So Ultima, that's second place with you. Thank you. Great driving, guys. Thank you very much. And let's pick up our leader. He's already passed us in commentary corner and heading to the centre section. Orange with checkers and blue. He's got spoked wheels on because he knows they're faster. Down the main straight one more time. And he's got 1 second on the clock, so he's just got to bring it to the line, and he can be patient behind those cars. He's got a comfy lead. So a big round of applause for your race 3 winner, Dan Harding. Waiting now for Ross Bartlett to come through. Here he comes in the 2. And should be Potter not too far behind in the 3. Finally gets the jump section right, Jason. And race 3 over. So cars down to the blue table beside commentary corner and straight out to Marshall, please. And next up, heat number 4. And that's going to be Martin Hopkins on the pole. Mike Riley on the 2. Steve Thurlborn, can you do me a favour and sort the grid out for me, please? Thank you very much. So Steve will be waiting. Yeah, that's a little bit slippery there, isn't it? It's like nobody saw it at all. So guys, bring them round to the grid, please. It's total grid luck. As I say, Martin Hopkins on the 1, Mike Riley on the 2, Sam Hunt on the 3, Simon Major on the 4, Mitch Fidling on the 5, Paul Ward on the 6, Nathan Wilson on the 7, Memo Mawson on the 8, Mark Weston on the 9, and Brett Stansfield on the 10. Inside line for pole, please, guys. So odds on the inside, evens on the outside. Get them to your grid boxes, please. Make his job easy. Come on, guys, bring them forwards. Paul Ward, can you come round and cross the loop, please, for me? Paul Ward, bring it over to the loop, please. So, as I say, Martin Hopkins on 1, Mike Riley on 2, Sam Hunt on 3, Simon Major on 4, Mitch on 5, Paul Ward on 6, Nathan Wilson on 7, Memo Mawson on 8, Mark Weston on the 9, and Brett Stansfield on the 10. We're waiting for someone on 2, but it doesn't look like I've got them. Mike Riley, you should be on 2, mate. Come on, guys, bring them onto the grid, please.
Side by side. Yeah, still. Yeah, I thought it would stand. Right, okay, sorry, thank you. You right behind me? Okay, you know where you are. I'll block you anytime. Careful. 8681319.
Is that for Mike Riley, Steve? Steve Pearce. Is that for Mike Riley?
No, do 6.
Steve Pearce, was that Mike Riley's, that first one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Steve Thurlborn. Much appreciated, sir. Clear the track for yourself. Right then, drivers, we're going to go straight into 10 seconds. So listen for the tone.
Right outside.
Or a little bit of creep in there from 3rd. Mr. Hunt. And I'll say, thunder. Mike Riley, what was that off the line? Steve Pearce says you were an absolute helicopter hero. And we love you. And with all that going on, what a surprise. Mitch Fidling to the point, makes his way through the absolute bedlam. And we'll pick him up, rainbow colours, because he is very happy with himself. Down the main straight. And leading us round for 1. So we'll wait for these guys to cross the line. There goes Mitch. So indeed, it is Mitch Fidling, but we'll see what's happening behind him. And it is Martin Hopkins. And then Brett Stansfield, Nathan Wilson, Simon Major. It's a slight slow lap there from Brett Stansfield, but we will sort that out, Brett, so don't worry, just keep racing. And back to the racing. It is Bidlin disappearing off in the distance. Open the seams on his Tesco carrier bag of talent. Hold on for 5 minutes. Although Rob Fox tells me you can only last for 3. But the less said about that, the better. And Bidlin out onto the main straight one more time, you guys. 2 minutes 40 down, 3:20 to go, and he's already catching up with back markers. So, green RC10, you'll be first for our leader when he gets to you. And there he goes. So, Bidlin going big over the top. Next person, I think, will be the white RC10 or Mike Riley. Thank you very much, Mike. And white RC10, thank you. Yellow Cougar next, coming onto the main straight. Is your lead car coming up behind you? And thanks very much, guys. Bidlin released into clear track. Although I think he's catching up with that purple and green Cougar quite quickly. So that is your race leader with you. Yeah, that one. But I wouldn't have gone that side of you either, so don't worry. And next up will be the red Cougar for our leader. And let's see if we can pick up second place, which at the moment is Martin Hopkins. I think there he goes, if I remember rightly. So Bidlin trying to lap the whole field early on. That's at least allow him time to pop a ball joint on when he pranks it. And it is Bidlin from Hopkins, Mawson, Stansfield, Wilson, Major, Hunt and Riley. And I think that is now the whole field lapped by Mitch Bidlin. So as he does his best to make the race look as boring as possible for the rest of us. We'll pick up with him anyway, smoothly over the doubles. That Cougar 1 looking every piece pimped, preened within an inch of its life and immaculately prepped for this event and handling beautifully. So obviously Dad's been working overtime. And Mitch's going to come round, do the step up, head towards race control into the rhythm section. As I say, full rainbow set of colours on the old drip style paint as he comes up behind the white, blue and blue. Thank you very much. And Mitch estimating a good 12 lapper, and he's got 49 seconds on the clock just to keep plugging away at those lap times. And there's some good ones in there as well. So last time by was one of his best laps, 24:58. And I'm told the talent has already started leaking out of his bag. And he comes past and is going to drop down to a 28 last time by. And I'm told by race control you need to sort yourself out, Mitch, because Rob Fox is faster than you. I didn't know you two drove for Ferrari. So Mitch Bidlin going to not have that, I can assure you. And he's going to now put in a half-decent lap, which will be his last lap. So this better be an inner. Oh, and the Bidlin Mobile runs out of talent. And I think that might have been Mr. Wilson. Rob Fox owes you £1 and a cup of coffee. Indeed, I think it was. So Rob Fox going to get bragging rights so far of fastest lap over Mitch Bidlin. Which means that Mitch Bidlin might have to have his name changed, second name changed to And. So, and Rob Fox dominates and Mitch Bidlin. So, guys, joking aside, cars on the table straight out to Marshall. Next up. So, guys, round to the grid, please. Slow onto the straight, please. Now up heat number 5, Brendan McNulty on the 1. Jamie Booth on the 2, Colin McCaffrey on the 3, Dave Dalton on the 4, Greg Bellingham on the 5, Harvey Dalton on the 6, Andy Halliwell on the 7, Gary Phelps on the 8, Andy Peck on the 9, Jake Burr on the 10. Gary Phelps, can you please come over and cross the line? Round by the start of the doubles, please. Straight to it. Yeah, mind him. Just hop the rope. Thank you. Straight across there. Yeah, you're seen. Lovely. And back to the line. Andy Peck as well, please. That's Andy Peck to cross the line, please. And whilst I continue with a coughing fit in race control, Andy Peck to cross that line. There we go. And you are seen and counting, mate. So straight back to the grid, please. Thank you very much. Just wait for these to line up. Any marshals haven't been replaced? We've got one there on 6. And that should be... Sorry? Can you cover one more for me, please? Because we can't cover you at the moment. Thank you. Rob Fox, can I have you over to race control, please? And off they all thunder into the first corner. Boothie a bit wide, but seems to make it work and comes out on top after the first 2 corners. And behind that is absolute bedlam. Marshals, be careful. The track is slippery. Caution in the jumps. Caution in the jumps. Fiddling is running. That's the first time I've ever seen that, Mitch. It's going to be a spent force by round number 2, mate. Yeah. Oh, me back. And all that going on. And Jamie Booth out in a world of his own, opening up. Oh, we'll wait for him to come around one more because the first lap is always slow. And let's pick up with our race leader, Tamir Astute Factory Team Edition. So this will be a recreation of the car that Jamie used to run back in the late 80s, early 90s. Absolute work of art, normally prepped by Lee Broadhurst for him. And it always looks good, although Jamie getting it a little bit wrong in the centre section, just about gets away with it. Last time by was his best lap so far, 25.36. And that's a little bit of work to do to close down on Fiddlin and Foxy. And Boothie comes past one more time. 27 that time by Boothie. And you're estimated an 11 and 27. Back to the racing. And it is Boothie still from. So, Boothie, McCaffrey, Peck, McNulty, Burr, Dalton, Andy Halliwell, Harvey Dalton, and Greg Billingham. Let's pick up with our race leader. Sorry for the slight bit of commentary lapse, but we are trying to sort out an issue here in race control with a transponder. So Boothie going through the second centre section, catching up with that blue RC10 that's cartwheeling. That's one way of getting out of his way. He comes round out onto the main straight. And you guys have got just under 2 minutes to go. Boothie still targeting an 11, but it's getting quicker. He's down to an 08 now. And if I remember rightly, both Spidlin and Fox hit 12s. James Helliwell, you may need one of your brushes in the usual place, mate. And Rob Fox's eyes light up at that thought. So, but no denying our leader, Jamie Booth, again heading into that tricky centre section over the doubles. Does the step up nicely, the little left-right jink that you can really dance it through. Out onto the main straight with just over 1 minute to go. So a couple of 3 laps left for Boothski. And your order is Jamie Booth, Colin McCaffrey, Andy Peck, Dave Dalton, Jake Furr, Andy Halliwell, Harvey Dalton, Brendan McNulty, Greg Billingham, and Gary Phelps. But it looks like we've lost the odd one of those. And our leader definitely checking out at the sharp end because second place not even over the line yet. There he goes, 17 seconds in arrears. Anybody think this Jamie Booth character is good? And Boothie coming over the jump. So blue and purple, please. Thank you very much. And white and red Cougar, that is your leader coming. Thank you very much. Rob Fox says, no, I don't want him beating my time. Take him out, take him out. So as we approach 5 minutes, Boothie going to get through for an additional one. But fastest laps in this race goes to Boothie, but it's only a 25-1. That's nearly a whole second off of what the Foxmeister can do. And Rob Fox says, Jamie, who? Who are you? Big round of applause for your winner, Jamie Booth. Next up, race number 6. So for the drivers going up there, Richard Newbold, you will be on pole inside on the front row. Then Chris Slater on the 2, Chris Packer on the 3. Marshall there with the blue hoodie on. Can you do the grid for me, please, on Marshall point 1? Thank you very much, sir. As I say, Richard Newbold on the pole. You guys can start to bring them round. So bring them round to the grid, please, guys. And as I say, Richard Newbold on 1, Chris Slater on 2, Chris Packer on 3, Josh Rose on 4, Kieran Peace on 5, James Kemp on 6, Martin Dunning on 7, Hattie Davenia Agar on the 8. Easy for you to say. Anthony Witt on the 9, and the G-Master, Graham North on the 10. Northie, can you cross the line for me, please? Yeah, Northie, can you bring it back and cross the line for me, please? At that moment, I can't actually see your car. So, Graham North, can you cross the line for me, please? Now I recognise it. Good job. Thank you very much, Northie. Seen and counting. And I'm told that shell is painted with all the prettiness of having been hit by a shovel. And Marshall 10 needs relieving. So, Jake Burr, you need to be on point 10. Come on, guys, get it to the grid for him. And straight into 10 seconds, drivers. Listen for the tone. And it's total grid bedlam at the back of the grid. Northy, though, making his way up to about the 5 or 6 at the moment. And a long way to go. And we'll wait for these guys to cross the line. I think it's Slater at the point using the Broadhurst Mobile. We will see. And indeed, it is Slater. And Josh, I think, in the 2. Back to the racing, and Slater starting to open up a little bit of a lead over Josh Rose, who is wearing Richard Newbound like a backpack as they go up and through that centre section. So your real battle there on for second and third. Northy now up to the 5 spot, making great headway up this difficult field in very tricky conditions. So Northy up to the 5. He's not a million miles off the leaders. And we'll see if we can pick him up. Our leader, though, already into traffic, so thank you very much. And yellow and green on the main straight. Your leader is coming. That's good. The one behind's the position. And you two will have a yellow and black Losi coming through in second place as well. Please be aware. Thank you, guys. And Josh getting it nice through the jump section. But Slater continuing to pull away, and Slater now hitting 24s last time by. 24.8. Makes Rob Fox look at the computer, go, that's almost fast. Josh Rose down in 25 4s was his best last time by. Let's see if he's managed to get better on that, and this time by he hasn't, so he's going to lose about 0.3 of a second to Chris Slater again. Richard Newbound in the 3, Northy up to 4 now. So let's pick up with the Northmobile as he comes round onto the straight, unusually running a Losi. I won't say what I've been told. Mia will shout at you, but come on, Dad, don't drive like a. It is about as close as what I can get, considering I'm on live on the internet. I'll leave you guys to sort of just make your own choice as to what that last word might be. And I'm told he might be driving like one because he's only in 4. But from 10th on the grid, that actually isn't too bad. And he is closing down on 3rd, and 3rd having a rough run through the jumps is going to allow Northy to close a bit more. So let's see, stay with Northy just for the moment, but he is closing down on the Newbound Mobile. So Cougar on the straight, I think that's 3rd with you, be aware, and you've got 4th coming. Great driving. And I think Northy now is closing down on that 3rd place. Indeed he is, and Newbound, upon hearing that, promptly cracks over the jump section, and that's going to promote Northy to the 3. Which from 10th on the grid, I do not think is a bad showing at all. 1st and 2nd, though, checking out, so I don't think you're going to get close to them, Northy. But a decent 3 picking up from a 10 on the grid, I don't think is bad with 45 seconds on the clock. Caution in the jump section. Track is clear. Let's see if we can pick up with our leader. And I'm just looking for him. There he is coming round into the jump section now. Coming up behind back markers. So, multicoloured RC10, that is your leader coming. Mainly white, orange and blue. Going through that back section, out onto the main straight, that is your leader behind you. Yeah, that one. Thank you. And that little bit of unknowing there has allowed Josh to get a lot closer, but I think he's going to need another mistake from the leader, because you guys are racing to the line, and that gap now about 4 seconds. Green and yellow, that's your lead car with you, please. Thank you. And looks like Slater's still got more than the length of the straight. And you guys are racing to the line, so a big round of applause for your Heat 6 winner, Chris Slater. My hero.
Yeah.
So we've got Andy Brooke. It's not showing up on the transponder. So let yourself know. Are you missing this one? We got a full set of cars on the grid.
So 1 for 7?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry. One opposite.
Yes.
Right, so
Yeah.
it's a final call to Andy Brooke. The gap on the grid for you. So, pole position on this one is split between the odds of Philip Showler and the evens of Richard Sharp. And then we've got James Wiley, Keith Robertson, Peter Pearce, the missing Andy Brooke, Martin Wallace, Richard Blake, and Christopher Wobanski. Yeah, see transponder counted. Cool. Get ready to go.
Thank you, guys.
Right, and they're off. It's a bit of a lead change there. Coming through with your rear ends sliding around. It's the pink RC10. Into 3 losses. We've got Philip Showler, Richard Sharp, and James Wiley, followed by Keith Robertson. That's top 4 that came across the line. Let's just see how it settles there. Get to know the colours of these cars. It's the blue and pink associated. Gets tail wag on. Allows Richard Sharp. Definitely looks like his machine. Badly prepared as ever. So it's Keith Robertson in the lead. That's your Associated, followed by the Sharpmobile. He thought he'd learned how to prep a car by now. So it's Richard Sharp and James Wiley, Peter Pierce, Richard Blake, Philip Charles, Martin Mollis, and Christopher Vensky. That's your field. So come on, Sharpie. He's leaving you behind. He could drive bits at one time. I'll just say a bit. So it's the experienced Keith Robertson, has been racing for a while. Remember that name? And that is the Associated, just coming up to the middle section and coming onto the straight. So at the end of the straight, we will be joined by a blue and pink car. That is your race leader. Thank you very much. So can Sharp pull this one in? This is the question. And he has to roll it that time. He's had to back out of the jump. He's in a bit of traffic in the middle of the track. Blow inside. So that's Sharpie break. So a straight length between it. Still doable. Now there's a mistake from the leader. Going to catch him up driving like that. Wagging the tail everywhere, Mr. Sharp. There's a bit of an error. So it's Keith Robertson in the lead, and he's about to come past the pink wheel car onto the straight. Thank you very much. He's got a good lead. His best lap being a 24.7. He's on the pace for this class. So the race order is Keith Robertson, Richard Sharp, James Wiley, now changed there. Martin Mollis, the big mover, Christopher Bansky has moved up from the back of the field to fifth. Richard Blake, Philip Shower, and Peter Pierce. There's been a bit of a change around at the back of the field. Two mistakes made. Two places gained. Flying away here. Got a good 7 seconds, so I think second place. And got a few losses in this one. Got a Cougar 2, Cougar 1s. It's like Cairo for Optima or something, or Ultimate Change getting mixed up. The race leader is nearly at the end of the straight, and second place is only going up a little mountain and mound in the middle of the track. That's second coming onto the straight, thank you very much. The third place car, I think, is the other loss with the green springs coming into the straight. You could actually close up on Sharp here. Yeah, he keeps driving like he is doing. Yeah, so that's James Wiley, just back race control. Yeah, I feel that the lead's gone away from Richard Sharp, but there's a bit of an attack coming in from third place. Just goes around the end of the straight, and third place just goes on to the end of the straight. You'll have third place behind you in a minute. He's just checked out of this one. He's just coming past over the double jumps. In front of race control, so that's the race leader. Into the little dribbles. The little mountain section in the middle of the track. So let's sit on into the straight. Last lap to lose, second place, Mr. Sharp. So that's a win. Keith Robertson is waiting for Richard Sharp to come through. And that'll be Chris James Wiley got to go on to the last lap. There's no pressure here from Sharpie. So he likes it. So win for Keith, Richard, James, Martin, Christopher, Philip, Richard Blake, Peter Pierce, and the non-starter there, Andy Brock. So into the post 1999. See what cars we got here. We've got a few KRs. We've got what we got. We've got some triple X's I've seen out running. It's that car. I sold it to Foxy and he ran it straight into the wall first time out. I've got a right bunch of misfits in this one. Craig Render, Paul Upton, Andy Crute, Stephen Bond, finally learned to drive. Neil Lewis, questionable hat wearer. Wayne Ash, Dave Loxley, Craig Mawson, Colin McCaffrey, and Rich Cooper. We're missing a couple of people. It was that. We've got Andy Crute. If you're on the track, can you go over the loop again? And Colin McCaffrey. If you're on the track, can you go over the loop, please? So I believe that the numbers should go odd and even in numeric order going down the grid. So he's not there. That's Andy Crute. He's running. It's a Le Mans start. And he's past the 100-meter mark. And he's just got the rostrum steps to go up. So Andy, if you just want to run your car over the loop, just double check it's working. Right, that's one of them. Who was that one that's run over? Right, can Colin go over the loop? We have Colin to go over the loop. That's it. You've even got a lap practice. Right, if you line them up. And he's broke it already. Back right wheel. Back right wheel. Something's stuck. Can we hit it with a hammer?
Hit it with a hammer.
They always pop off when you don't want them to pop off, and then they won't pop off when you want them to.
Really? Straight out like. Forget it. Don't it just touch in your cup? Like, yeah, like that. Put it down and.
Right, we're ready to go. Looks like that's on. Oh, hang on a minute, that's back on the track.
No. We're all watching. Bond. You could try something.
And good start from the outside of the grid there. Got some good traction. From his practice time, just been pretty quick. And that's Paul Upton. I said that, I've cursed him. He's still hanging on to the lead, got a nice lead there. Well, and Andy's managed to get at least a third of the way down the track. One-wheel drive car. So it's Upton in the lead. And Bondi, Steve Bond making a good move, followed by Neil Lewis, Colin McCaffrey, Craig Mawson, Craig Render, Dave Loxley, Wayne Ash, and Rich Cooper. There's a lot of them that know each other in this one. So Bondi has slipped, I think. Slipped down a couple of places. So it's Paul Upton driving away as predicted. He was very quick yesterday. Best lap 24.2. Sorry, Fox. I think that's quicker than you. It's off. In second place is Neil Lewis. the dubious hat wearer from Batley. I'll give him credit, he knew what my t-shirt was yesterday. So it's Paul Upton, Neil Lewis and Stephen Bond, followed by Colin McCaffrey. Dave Loxton moving up a bit. Craig Mawson pretty much staying where he was at the start. And there's some carnage going off there. Everybody's hitting each other. So that's third, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh. Eighth just catching up. They're all going to be within a straight of each other. So we'll just leave Paul to disappear into the distance. But the real interest here is in the second to about 8th spot. And some arrows over the jumps in place of swapping. Neil Lewis just hooks the nipple. And that's allowed, I think, the triumph of Craig Mawson, good driver. He just chose a rubbish car to race. Oh, he tries to make the move on the jump and trashes it. So, no, Neil's just gone wide. And they sort of played by went wide, and then basically it was given away back to him again. So, Neil still, as I said, was in second place. Nice move there by Craig Mawson. And he's got the triumph back to the steering, which is good. And here it comes over the drums. With the second place, race from Paul about third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. So Bond is the back of the train there, Buzz at the front. So it's Paul Upton, Craig Mawson, Neil Lewis, Colin McCaffrey, Dave Loxley, Stephen Bond, Rich Cooper, Craig Render, and Wayne Ash. It seems on a different planet to everybody else at the moment in this one. So Craig's got a bit free, followed by Neil Lewis. The battle is still there, with Colin McCaffrey and Dave Loxley not far behind. Bondi a distant sixth. It's all to play for. And Neil's just gone a bit wide, got a little bit nudged. And Campy was down the inside, but by the time I got to it, he's on the inside of the jumps, and Neil's back into third place. And he's doing some good defensive driving. So it's now Dave Loxley to have a go at it. Dave's looking quicker over the lap. Neil's got force fields on the back of his car though. Nothing much he got past that car. So Dave Loxley pulling Neil in. Oh, nicely jumps it. Fucking the jump up a bit and letting Dave through. So Dave walked right, was up to third, goes wide onto the nipple, and the third place of Neil Lewis with his force field on has got back into third. Catherine's also come back up, and it's a three-way battle for the third place. And all of them go short on the jumps. So Carlin's going onto the straight. You've got a quick battle, and Loxley's around the outside, and they're both going to get a bit of a. Like Dave has got to get over the line. No, you don't want to tangle with him. So you nearly lost that, Dave. That was actually Craig. Was Paul Upton coming to lap you? I didn't mention it. I thought I'd not put you off on the last two corners, but. So it was a win for Paul, followed by Craig Mawson, Dave Loxley, Colin McCaffrey, Neil Lewis, Stephen Bond, Rich Cooper, Craig Render, Wayne Ash, and Andy Crew. Oh, Neil, you went from, you've got that pretty much in second place, and big loser there at the end, dropped down to fifth.
James, you're going to solve the grid for the next one.
So we've got somebody who can count to do the grid. Right, got to come and line up. Line them up on the grid. Have you gone over the line, mate? Can Mitch just come over the line? We've not got a rail transport. Is he actually coming, Rob?
You know he's in this race?
In your own time, Mitch.
6. Bit linked that ball. Yeah. Stop it. Yeah.
This is big, mate. James Halliwell, Ben Ellis, Mitch Fidling, Craig Lomax, Stu Evans, Brian Burrows, Andrew Bulmer, Kenneth Miller, and Eddie Parks.
Number 2, can you bob down? Yeah. Oh. I've got 2 now. I'm here to do it.
Pull man.
Still win.
Craig Mead. Something about a Cobra here. He's not driving a Cobra. Somebody's looking down the inside. Oh, there was a mistake. So James Halliwell's into third, so it's very close between the top 4. So it's Craig Mead, Brian Burrows, James Halliwell, Mitch Fidlin, and Ben Ellis. And the top 4 nose to tail.
Get combines.
So I'll come round again. Jump section is proving a bit tricky. Ooh, 2 just Mackie. Moving 2. Mitch looks down the inside and manages it on the second attempt. So it's Brian Burrows in the lead, and that's an associated, so that's associated at the end of the straight, blue-yellow. And he is followed by James Halliwell with the KR and the Durango of Mitch Fidley, followed by the silver associated of Craig Mead. And so very close here. Anybody's. James looking down the inside and takes first position. Ooh, and that was that an error by James. I did get a little bit of help, but that puts Mitch into the lead. And Mitch doesn't normally like giving these things away. And we move on to third place. Oh, Cobra's killed it, and Halliwell's back into third. Yeah, Stu Evans going all right. So we should come round to this lap. And it's Brian Burrows leading them away, taking it easy on the jump, followed by Mitch Fidlin. And Mitch is really going to putting the pressure on. James trying to hang on with a KR. And Stu Evans in third place. So, Mitch Fidlin back into lead. Brian Burrows over, flips the inside onto the straight. And that's let Mitch into the lead with his Durango. Very well, sort of hanging on there, got a good run through the jumps on the straight by Mitch, and it's anybody's. So it's Burrows, Fiddling, and Hellywell. They're just going on to the straight. So at the end of the straight, the car is coming over toward the junction. We're going to have three fast guys straight behind you in a minute. They're still on it. A couple of bad jumps there on the little double. So still Brian, Mitch, James looking for a title line onto the straight. And then Brian's just putting a little bit of a gap to the field and playing percentage game over the jumps. He rolled it. James Howell into second place. Mitch and Durango, he drops down to third. Stu Evans is the gainer on this. Not quite as quick on lap times, but with him keeping on making mistakes, it's pulling Stu Evans in into possible contention for third place. Still not much covers it. Brian Burrows takes a big jump. Bad landing. Which allows James into second place. Try and catch him up a little. Everyone spacing out a little bit. So your race leader is about to come onto the doubles. That means he's in front of him. You know what to do when he comes. That's it. KO, and they all around. Full on back. And they've got the other two cars. Back Marcus tries to get out of the way, and Fiddling takes the inside of the back marker while James went the long way around. And that's put him into second place. Right. And final lap. So Halliwell's dropped out of that. Stu's on his tail. Who's going to lead this one to the line? So Mitch. Brian Burrows, I think, has got this one. But who's going to win out of James and Stu Evans? And then it's James takes third place. Stu Evans on a good drive fourth. So race order was Brian, Mitch, James, Stu, Craig, Eddie Parks, Craig Lomax, Andrew Bulmer, Ben, and Kenan Miller. We got some. Just hold your positions. You've got somebody down. Is he all right? Right, just stop it a sec.
The 11 is 309.527 seconds. 6 counter feet. The 11 is 310.161 seconds. 7 counter feet. The 11 is 323.611 seconds. 8 the 11 is 322.7 seconds. 234. 11 is 315.5 seconds. So it's like the thing is, what? Yeah.
So just wait until we're given the go ahead. Bit of medical sponge required. Yeah, so if you want to drive slowly past where the marshal sat on the chair and slowly round and grid them up. So can we have Isaac McFadden to drive round slowly to the loop and cross the loop? And the loop is near where the marshal is that sat on the chair. Right, next one. Oliver Kitchen, can you come round and do the same thing over the loop? There you go. Thank you. And can we have Jordan over the loop, please, as well? Thank you. So if you go back and grid them up. James, just tell us what you want to do, when you want to go.
Yeah, just look out the
Ready? That's it. Looks like a good start. Is that rails are going round the outside? It's Nathan in the lead. Second place. What place is there? It was Ken Reed. Just let them pad out. I'm not familiar with the second place body shell, but soon will be. So it's Nathan Rolls out like a jack in the box in that one. Isaac McFadden and Chris Barrett are your second and third. Bit scruffy over past race control like they have been generally on the jump in the midfield. It's very tricky today to get dry. So here comes past rails here again. Yeah, Rob Fox, that's 10-second penalty off your best time for not wearing high vis. I think disqualification from your own meeting actually. And using hand gestures. And it's all on camera. So it's Nathan Rails leading this one away. Is it just going to be boring? Yeah, it's going to be boring. Boring Nathan, we're not even going to talk about him anymore. Right, that's Isaac that's in second place, and it's looking pretty close here between second, third, and fourth. That was a changed position. And so I think it's Rob Gammon behind Isaac now. So it's Isaac, Paddy, and Rob Gammon, even. We've lost race for donkey, just can't say his name. So the race is the battle for second place between Isaac and Rob. And then another little micro battle going for fourth, fifth, and sixth. Probably have that to seventh. And they're going over the mountain in the midfield. So if you see a bright yellow car coming your way, that is the race leader. You can let him pass, or you can have him off. No, we'll let him pass, I think, today. So let's have a look. Where's Isaac? He's doing the small ripple jumps in the middle. He's pulled a bit of a lead. And I think Rob's dropped back, and it's Kevin Kitchen. So the race leader's just going round onto the straight, and his fastest lap is a 23.4, which I think is probably the fastest lap of the meeting so far. I think Matt Thompson managed a 22 yesterday. So there was funky front tyres on. So she got Rob Gammon up into second. I don't know who's lost it again. So Rob Gammon goes onto the main straight. And gets right past, so we think Rob is in second place. So it's Nathan Rails, Rob Gammon, Isaac McFadden, Chris, Kevin, Marcus, Ken, Jordan, Dave, and Oliver. And that is your race order. So Nathan's coming round to the big dumps in front of the rostrum. Car going over the little jumps. You've got the race leader behind you in the middle of the track. Thank you very much. And if nothing goes, I'm going to go in business. So back down to Rob. Rob's about half a lap behind. And he's just entering the straight now. So that's Rob Gammon. With a lot of associated. Seem to have rebuilt every associated RC10 during COVID that ever existed. And he comes past race control. It's Isaac and Chris Barrett that's having a bit of a battle. Trying to pick up Isaac and Chris. They've just gone past race control. So they're very close together in the middle of the track. And that's your battle for third place. A lot of understeer at the end of the straight. He has kept his position, I think. So that was a third place for Isaac McFadden. And fourth place, Chris Barrett. So your order was Nathan, Rob, Isaac, Chris, Kevin, Marcus, Ken, Dave, Oliver, and Jordan.
13 laps and 321.86 seconds. Second car is 12 laps and 311.49 seconds. Third car is 12 laps and 322.5 seconds. Fourth car is 12 laps and 374.73 seconds. Fifth car is 11 laps and 302.6 seconds. Sixth car is 11 laps and 311.
I brought up that.
That's all it is. 11 laps and 319.6 seconds. Eighth car seconds. Nine laps and 311.53 seconds.
Right, if you start driving round carefully to the grid.
Race 11, let's look in ranking.
So what we got here on the Rollins Cash Car, Mark Christopher, Chris Reed, Graham Hunter, Alex Robinson, John Price, Mike Oggar. Oh, listen. Got a nice picture of a transponder here. And it bears no resemblance. Who's that? Graham Hunter. Enough said. It was very nice if you go to the extreme measure of taking a picture and sending your transponder number to us, Graham. Unfortunately, it was the wrong transponder. So Graham is car 4. He has trouble with numbers. Poor Graham. Alex Robinson. It should be John Price, Mike Agar, Adrian Prince, and James McFadden. Do you know how to set off, Graham?
You make a better job in the window.
That's smoking start from the Hunter, I think. So it's Mark Christopher leading this one. And I think, that's Paul Bradbury in second place. So Paul Bradbury took the lead. Is he entered in this event? It's chaos over the mountain in the middle. Oh, here come Paul, Graham, Hunter, Bradbury in the lead. Cash has crashed. Yeah, just told you, reminded Rossi wouldn't have stuffed it off there. Car number 46. So it's Graham Hunter showing some sort of talent. And it's followed by James McFadden, which is the absolute stonking first few laps from 9th to 2nd. Don't want to put any pressure on you there, Graham. 9th to 2nd. I know he doesn't know numbers, so it won't matter to him. He's doing better than I'll probably do anyway, Graham. And I think McFadden's thrown it off somewhere. He does encompass race control. But he's still got some pace, so if he can up to the leader, I'm sure. McFadden, Mike, Agar, Cash Khan, John Price, Mark Christopher, Adrian Prince, Chris Reed, and Alex Robson. So he could be out with a broken car. So the leader goes over a little mountain in the middle and onto a straight. Second place over a little mountain in the middle and onto the straight. Big gap to third place, just going on to the straight now. So the first two got a nice lead in this one. Good rack of points from this. And Graham's managing to hold the pace, so let's have a look at that. So Graham's average lap is a 27.8, followed by a 28.6 for James. James is slightly up there on the fastest lap. And Graham's a 24.6, where James is at 23.8. Use the quicker car. So your leader is on to the straight. And second place on to the straight now. So the car's at the end of the straight. You will have a second place car, slightly yellowy green colour, coming up behind you. Range round his car, looking pretty nice. Nice and tasty, some handling well. James took some time out of him on that lap. So that was James has put a large amount of time upon that last lap. Going pretty much down the straight. Grant's up to the outside of the straight. He's struggling a bit more for steering at the end of the straight than James. James' car looks a bit more on point. Bit tricky to drive, and Grant makes a mistake, and James goes into the lead. So Graham's suffering with a lot of understeer on this later part of the race. James's car seems to come alive over the 5 minutes. And so another pass first control by race leader. Graham just hanging on there, just hoping that he gets tangled or makes a mistake. And Graham's got the pace to actually catch him. But James picks straight away quite easily. So your race leader is at the end of the straight. Round to the big jumps. There's a giant jump from Graham to this final lap. So don't be a fact to the yellow car onto the straight. You have the race leader behind you. Bear that in mind. Don't think James needs to take you. Oh, and it has become a factory. Try to get out of the way, they get tangled up. That's a lucky escape there for James McFadden. Takes the win. And Graham just stops it before it gets to the loop and a do and die mission. So that was a win for James McFadden and Graham Hunter. Mark Christopher managed to get himself back up into 3rd place. John Spryce, Cash Khan, Adrian Prince, Mike Edgar, Chris Reed, and it was a broken Alex Robertson bringing up the rear.
10.67 seconds. 11 is 313.9. 7 seconds. 6.46. 11 is 339.31. 6 seconds. 6.32. 342 seconds. 7.32. 308.077 seconds. 8.37. 310.5.
So it's free from the marshals if you want to drive steadily to the start. So let's grade them up. You can drive around the track the right way if you want. So on pole we've got Jim Dixon and Steve Hawkins, Cam Charity, Freddie Russell, Matt Thompson, Ben Jefferson, Martin Richards, Stu Robinson, and Jaden Richards. So we've got a couple of PTs not counting. Steve Hawkins, one of them, I think. So, yeah, so we have Steve Hawkins over the loop again, please. Right. Can we have Matt? We don't need Matt. Need Ben Stevenson. So if Ben could just drive his car around over the loop. Is there? Is Ben there? Is that his car? Just drive it over the loop. Cheers, that's it. Now you're all counting. So it should be Jim, Steve Hawkins, Cam, Freddie, Matt, Ben, Martin, Stuart, and Jaden, which there should be 23, 48, 24, 56, 1, 31, 25, 57, and 26. So returning champion Matt Thompson in this one. Steady Jim, makes a steady start. And that's bunched the rest of the field up. Thompson's not took off more than he can chew. Picked up a place. And picks up for nearly another place. Yeah, so Team Lossy, one of the last cars to make a good rear motor, and first and second. So steady old Jim Dixon, steady as it is. Let's give it again, do the steady. Like Matt Thompson making a leap into second place. So can Jim make his car wide enough to foil last year's champion? And Matt's looking for a clean move. Right up the back of Jim. Jim crumbles under pressure and lets Matt through. Probably going to gain better there from himself doing that. It's a matter of time for Matt to get through. And Jim's like Mr. Sensible. Probably thought, actually, I'm better following him. So I'll just pass you off to Nathan. We'll take the mic mercilessly of you all.
Thank you very much. So looking back to the racing, and I'm told it is Thompson at the point. Back to be Matt. So for some reason, I'm going to have to give Matt at least a 30-second penalty for using the widest tyres possible on the front. Are they rears? Thompson, though, with his KR leading us round. Best lap so far. He's in the 23s, 23.2, backing up with 23.5 last time by. Just approaching 3 minutes to go, drivers. And your full order is Thompson, Dixon, Stevenson, Russell, Richards. So that's Martin Richards, then Jaden, then Cameron, Steve Hawkins, and Stu Robinson. Our leader, though, passed us in commentary corner one more time, opening up about a 4-second lead over Dixon, who I've been told was absolutely rubbish for cracking like a cream egg and letting Matt Thompson through. You had one job, Dicko. This is disappointed in you. Back to the racing. Matt Thompson coming in over the jumps. So he is approaching the pink, green, and checkers car. Thank you very much. And off on his way. Targeting a 12 in 6 at the moment, but that's coming down all the time, as are his lap times. So again, another 23 there, so he's popping them out just for fun. And starting to throw that car at the track. He wants fastest time. Not going to get it. Round over the double tabletop. Up through the tricky centre section. The flicks the left to right. Little bit of push on understeer through there, which I'm amazed at with the amount of weight that's over the front end of that car. And that time is indeed coming down with 1:40 on the clock. He is down to an 04. Although last laps of 24.1s are not going to help that cause. So Thompson getting ever so closer to that 13-lap pace. In fact, if he can do another couple of clean laps, he will be on it. And he's only got 1 minute 10 to do it, though. And moments like that, tank slapper, are not going to help you. So no pressure, Matt, but everyone's watching. And they've all seen the manliness of the pink at the back of your shell as well. Although Matt Thompson, like me, agrees that yellow wheels are faster. Caution in the jumps. Track is clear. Oh, Thompson there, proper sideways through the air, gets away with it. Yeah, so he lost a second with that tank slapper, and that was off his aim time as well, with 36 seconds on the clock. So he can do this lap and one more, and it's going to be nip and tuck whether he gets through for the 13. So purple and white wing. That is your race leader coming past commentary corner. Thank you very much. And I'm told Matt Thompson now starting to just squeak inside 13-lap pace. It's going to be nip and tuck as he comes down the main straight. He is driving for the line, trying to get through that extra one. Here he comes, does the step up, hop off. And is he through? Yes, he is, with 2 seconds to spare. So Thompson is on it. Got to try and get this last lap clean, see if he can squeak past my time. No pressure, Matt. Coming out onto the main straight. And here he comes driving for the line. He's going to take the win. And Race Control is smiling his head off at me now because Thompson takes the fastest time so far. Just pips me. So both of us in 13.321.5. I did it in a 0.88. Thompson does it in 5.66. So does me by 0.2 on the line. Fair play, sir. Thank you. So the rest of you round onto the grid, please. Oops. So I'm going to want Gemmo on 1, Kai Richards on 2, Mark Render on 3, Stu Lees on 4, Rob Tyus on 5, Carl Marsden, I haven't seen your transponder yet, on 6. I'm told it's okay. Andy Wesson on the 7, Richard Simpson on the 8, and Richard Colvert on the 9. This race is looking a good one. Who chose these numbers with Gemmo on pole? Oh, so, Kai Richards, I will give you a half-stale pack of Rice Crisp crackers if you take Gemmo out in the first corner. And you guys, we're going straight into 10 seconds. Clear the track, please. And Gemmo's fan club are ready. Well, Russell is. And off they all thunder into the first corner. Oh, dear. So who was the rammer? Gemmo goes motor guard surfing off the second tabletop. Almost makes it look professional until that point. I bet you didn't do that in the stages yesterday, mate. So Gemmo down the main straight, flicks it in Swedish style at the back end, thinking it's a shove it, and it really, really isn't. Comes round, tabletop's first time, silky smooth this time. And leading us round from Kai Richards, Carl Marsden, Andy Wesson, Richard Simpson, Rob Tyus, and Mark Render. A little bit of tweaking going on the computer, but Gemmo is off and away. And what's he opening up with? 23.6 as his first proper counting lap, and that is fast. A little bit of a tank slapper through that centre section. That's going to drop him a couple of seconds on this lap. Marsden trying to fight his way up from the back of the field. Now up to the 5th place from 6th on the grid. So Marsden with some work to do. Gemmo going nose high again. Just about gets away with it, but you can't get away with too many of them, matey. And that last lap with the sideways moment cost him 1.6 seconds. So let's pick up with the Gemmo mobile as he comes over the... Oh, and goes for a triple Salco. Sticks the landing back to wheels, so he's okay. Bit of a champion's cartwheel. Still proceeding to pull away from Kai Richards with all that going on. And he's coming up to back markers already on the straight. So, grey silver car, that is your leader. Thank you. And next one up will be white and orange going over the hop up, coming towards the double. Your leader is coming. Yeah, that one. Thank you very much. Gemmo continues to try his nose high jumping. Still getting away with it just. And still not improved on his best lap of a 23.59 now is his best. Currently targeting a 12 in 12. You've got a bit of time to find Gemmo if you want to get into the 13 lap club. And that's a bit more like it. So 23.1. Gemmo, here's the message. Matt Thompson is faster than you. and starts to knocks in a 23-1. And I don't care who you are, that is fast. In fact, I think that's one of the fastest laps so far of the day. 23-117, backing it up. So Gemmo, despite everything, absolutely throwing it at the track. And that estimated time coming down all the time. Yeah. So Gemmo, the first person that could be knocking the door of a 22-second lap, although it won't be happening this time after that, Gemmo. But Gemmo down now to 12.301 with 1.5 minutes on the clock, looking to probably smash the absolute doors off of TQ if he carries on at this pace. So suddenly I don't mind being beaten by Matt, because it looks like Gemmo's going to absolutely cream him. There. So Gemmo now on 13 lap pace, just like we all were, with about 1 minute to go. And he's already targeting a 24, only got a couple of seconds to find. And keep banging those 23, Gemmo, and that will be enough, if you know what I mean, buddy. So let's pick up with the Gemmo Mobile. Oh, and he just promptly cracks like a cream egg. The marshals are running. Gemmo runs out of every ounce of talent in his Tesco carrier bag. And is now going to have to do all that work again. That might knock him off a 13-lap pace. I'm going to wait for him to cross the line with 30-odd seconds to go. He's on the main straight. What can he do now to recover this? And I'm told it was a slower previous lap and a mistake on this one. So Gemmo going to drop right off it down to an 04. Back to the 12s, Gemmo. So Silver Car, your leader is coming, and you've got 13 seconds on the clock, Gemmo. So I think you're going to need something in the region of about an 18-second lap to get through. Matt Thompson jumping for joy. Well, smiling. Is that wind? And there goes Gemmo, going to take the win, but only going to do a 12 in 2. So Thompson rubs his hands together as he looks closer to being top of the pile. I believe he's the fastest time seen so far. So Thompson going to go top of the pile after 1. You are my hero. Matt. And I'm a little bit worried because Stephen Pearce has opened up a bag of sweets in front of me and offered me one. Something about sitting on his knee, I don't know. How did I end up with a cream egg sweet? So, guys, bring him round to the line, please. Should be James Wilkinson on the 1. Sam Hunt on the 2. Lee Stokes on the 3. Keith Robertson on the 4. Jake Burr on the 5. Martin Dunning on the 6. Martin Wallace on the 7. Chris Slater on the 8. Dave Dalton on the 9. And Stu Dye on the 10. Jim Dixon, can you sort the grid for me, please? And all transponders seem and counting, although James Wilkinson, your signal is rubbish. So, in the pre-99s, oh God, do I even want to say this? First, so far, with fastest time, Rob Fox. I mean, second, Keith Robertson. Third, Slater. Fourth, Fiddlin. Fifth, Tunks. Sixth, Booth. 7, Daniel Harding. 8, Simon. 9, Josh Rose. And 10, Kev Sharp. And on the post-99, we've got Thompson, Rules, Jemison, Upton, Burrows, McFadden, Dixon, Richards, Gammon, and Mitch Fiddlin.
I'm number 3. This is number 3. Thank you, sorry. Right, we've got it. Pink and blue one's 5. No, that's me. No, I'm 5. Yeah. Don't know who the other one should be. Yeah.
Jake Burr, 6. Martin Dunning's, sorry, Jake Buff 5, even Martin Dunning 6, Martin Wallace 7, Chris Slater 8, Dave Dalton 9, and Stu Dye in 10. Get them on your boxes, guys. I don't think he's turned up, Jim. Yeah. And a failed thunder into the first corner. It looks like James Wilkinson going to lead us away. I might be wrong. He's the first to trigger the loop. Yellow Cougar. I'll pull the Yellow Cougar until you come round and we really trigger. So heads up through that centre, tricky centre, step up, step off section. Out onto the main straight, already opening up a lead. On it, or on like Donkey Kong, I think is the correct term, as he comes over the hop-off. And indeed it is James Wilkinson to the point, and after one, he has opened up a 2.9 second lead over Martin Wallace, one of my Scottish racing friends. So Wallace now doing the tricky step up, and he is wearing Robertson like a backpack, so or shall I say biscuits, and hopefully it won't be broken biscuits at the end of this race, because Keith is looking left and right at the Wallace mobile. Goes for an inside line, nice drive out the corner. And Keith Robertson going to take up to the 2 and see what he can do about closing down on James Wilkinson. That gap and lead at the moment, currently 2.7 seconds. So we'll have a look at the lap times and we'll see what's going to happen as this race progresses. Already 1:15 down, 3:45 to go. And we'll pick up our leader. He's already doing the top off, and it does look like Keith is closer. It was 2 and a bit 2.7. It's now 2.1. So Biscuits is closing down on Wilkinson. The pressure's going to tell. So white and green cartwheeling car. Thank you. That's first. And you'll have second with you shortly, and then third after that. Please do not be a factor. Great driving, sir. And you'll have one more in the next few corners. Caution in the jumps. Track is clear. Wilkinson through. Robertson a little bit nose high, but gets away with it. These guys approaching traffic. So red and white car, your leader is approaching, as is second. And blue and white coming onto the straight. Your leaders are with you. Next 2 cars, please, at the end of the straight. Great driving. Next one's for position, mate. And you two will shortly have third place with you as well. White, orange, and blue is third. Oh, Keith Robertson makes a mess of the jumps. That's going to allow Wilkinson a little bit more pace, breathing room. So purple, white, and orange. Your second place is coming. Thank you very much. Coming out onto the main straight, and shortly you will have third place with you. You guys, 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. And looks like now Robertson now starting to close back down on the Wilkinson car. Wilkinson probably cracks going over the jumps. That's going to allow Keith Robertson straight to the point. So we'll see now what Robertson can do. Currently targeting a 12 in 24 last time by. We'll see if that's going to start to come down now that he can relax and start driving as he wants. And it's going to be winning biscuits. I don't know quite what ones they are, but we'll go with it. And he's already opened up a 2.4 second lead over James Wilkinson. And Martin Wallace now started to close down on the Wilkinson mobile with 1.5 minutes to go. So stay with Biscuits for the moment because he's coming up on some back markers. So purple and checkers. Oh, and he's over in the jumps. The marshals can't get to it. So Biscuit's going to drop 2 places with 1 minute 20 on the clock. He now has some work to do. First, second, and third all together over the step up through the centre hump. So purple, green, and checkers going down the main straight. You have first, second, and third coming, all line astern. Please do not be a factor when they get there. That's one way of getting out of the way. Marshall, please, to the rail slider. Great job. Purple, white, and red. 2 cars to come through. And another one. Thank you. Sorry for the late shout. And our leaders all off and away. Wilkinson, though, opening up a small gap as Martin Wallace having to defend. Biscuits looking left and right of him at the end of the main straight, trying an outside move. Can't quite make it work now. Trying inside again, still looking left and right. We're into the jump section. It's do or die for Biscuits. He goes big, doesn't quite make it stick. Still sits there in third. Goes for a T-bone manoeuvre. So even that doesn't work. Wallace is wise to it. Oh, and Wallace promptly clips the hoses and going to lose that place. And I think that might be Slater suddenly sneaking up into the 3. But your leader with about a 1.5 second lead. So white, blue and blue, thank you. And you guys are starting your last lap. Wilkinson not great across the jumps. And Biscuits right there now. This is your final lap, drivers. So Biscuits looking left and right. Trying to move through the hump, coming out onto the main straight. Biscuits a little bit too sideways. Goes for a power move, can't quite make it stick. Comes in at the end of the straight, goes for an inside tangle. And it looks like Wilkinson might be holding it to the line nice and tight. And he does. So Wilkinson going to take that one from Broken Biscuits. Chris Slater going to sneak that third with a lap to go from Martin Walters. And race over, drivers. So cars on the table, straight out to Marshall, please. So it should be Andy Brook on pole, Josh Rose. Yep, Josh Rose on 2. Gary Phelps on 3. Bring him round to the line, please, guys. Jason Potter on the 4. Matt Tunks on the 5. I'm sure we had a 1 in round 1. Aidan Brook on the 6. Peter Pearce on the 7. James Kemp on the 8. Andy Halliwell on the 9. And Mike Riley on the 10. And we've got 1 transponder not seen. We've got 2 to locate. In fact, we got 1, so we're okay. Peter Pearce, can you cross the line for me again, please, Peter? That's Peter Pearce. Cross the line, please. Thank you, Peter. Get yourself up on the rostrum, mate. As I say, Andy Brook on 1, then Josh Rose, Gary Phelps, Jason Potter, Matt Tunks, Andy Brook, Peter Pearce, James Kemp, Andy Halliwell on the 9, and Mike Riley on the 10. Please. Just cop the rope. Yeah, that's the one. Over that. No, you've not gone over it. You need to come up to the hump. That's it. Now you can roll around and go back to the line, please. That's all cars seen. Are we all gridded up, or has somebody sorted out the grid for me? Hang on. Grid's not sorted. So it should be Andy Brook on 1, Josh Rose on 2, Gary Phelps on 3, Jason Potter on 4, Matt Tunks on 5, Aidan Brook on 6, Peter Pearce on 7, James Kemp on 8, Andy Halliwell on 9, Mike Riley on the 10. Can you pop his ball joint back on someone? Okay. Right then, drivers, we are going straight into 10 seconds. Listen for the tone. And off the line they all go. Josh Rose nearly making an outside move stick. Little bit of a tank slapper at the first corner, so he's back to second. So that, I believe, is going to be Andy Brook to trigger the line, but Josh Rose already back past that aging Ultima. And it's total bedlam after the tabletop. Young man, put your high vis on, please. How do you wedge it between the cones of doom? I mean, that is an achievement and a half. Back to the racing, and I think it's Josh Rose to the point. Indeed it is, as he crosses the line. They're from James Kemp and Potter. So Ron Weasley's best mate in third, going through the centre section and trying to put some pressure on that Cougar ahead of him. Closing him down as best he can, but it looks like James Kemp has got the measure of him this time. And Rick Greenwood, if you are anywhere near my race table, can you please bring my phone over to me? It's all right, mate. You can do with the walk, don't worry. You love it. Oh, it's total gridlock there. So Rose getting around, I think, the Thurborn car. No, it's not, so I'll have to see which one that is. But you've got second and third coming. Please stop being a factor. And I think fourth as well. Thank you very much, sir. Battle for second going to rage on. Josh Rose now in clean track and second has a spin out. And I think that's going to change everything up. So what's going to happen now? The cartwheeling Jason Potter. Everybody's going everywhere. And Matthew Tunk says, thank you, lads. See you later. So Matt Tunk's up to the 2. And looks like third and fourth will now be James Kemp and Jason Potter. And they can continue their battle royale. Potter going big. Can't quite make it stick. But that is your battle for third and fourth. So pink, white and blue on the straight. That's your leader with you. Thank you. Next one up for our leader will be the orange Cougar. But it'll be half a lap or so before he gets there. But I'm told you guys are not on Foxy's TQ time. So Rob Fox going, yeah! That's either winner, chicken dinner. Or is it just a silver fox? I don't know. So, Orange Cougar, you have the leader approaching when he gets to you, please. And back to the racing. Josh Rose still at the point from Matt Tunks and Jason Potter now up to the 3. So our leader going through the jump section. Thank you, white and orange. Next person he will see will be the white and yellow Cobra. It'll be a lap or so before he gets there. Just be aware, because I'm looking in all directions. And all you guys that have just been lapped by the yellow Losi XX, you will have a red Cougar 2K coming up behind you shortly. And that is your second place. So white and red Cougar, thank you. And you'll have third with you again in a minute, mate. Or caution over the jumps, Marshall in the middle. And it is clear. Great job, young man. Sacrificing limbs, body and soul in the quest for marshalling. Back to the racing, and it is still Josh Rose with about a 6-7 second lead over second place. We just wait for Tunks to cross the line. He's coming up behind that orange Cougar. He's already letting go. And, sir, you will have Jason Potter in third coming up behind you shortly. Thank you, Mike. Great driving, Mike. So, Orange Cougar, that's third with you. Thank you. Great driving. And our three leaders on their way. Josh now in clear track, and you've got 8 seconds on the clock, so you guys will be on your final laps if you cross the line. Everybody keep going until you hear that. Now you are racing to the line, drivers. Let's pick up our leader as he comes down the main straight. Yellow and the black. Yellow wheels, he knows they're faster. Over the step up and across the line to take the win in heat number 15. Great driving, Josh. Here comes Matt Tunks in the 2 and Jason Potter in the 3. These guys backing up some great round 1 scores. Next up, heat number 16. So 17 needs to be getting ready. So next up, heat number 16. So on pole, I need Martin Hopkins. 2 should be Chris Wiz. 3 should be Northey. 4 should be Andy Peck. Sorry, 4 Andy Peck. 5 Daniel Harding. 6 Jacob Barlett. 7 Rob Fox, the Silverman himself. 8 Richard Blake from down at Eden Park. 9 is Hatia Davenia Agar. And in 10, Brendan McNulty. So line them up, guys. And Marshal number 1, if you can sort the grid for me, please. Or not, your choice. So line them up, please, drivers. You know where you should be. As I say, should be Martin on 1, Chris Wiz on 2, Northey on 3, Andy Peck on 4, Daniel Harding on 5, Jacob Barlett on 6, Rob Fox 7, Richard Blake 8, Hattie on 9 and Brendan on 10. Odds on the inside, evens on the outside. Marshall 10, Mike is over on the far side. Hello. Mike, can you cover point 8 for me, please, right in front of you? Got a nice comfy chair for you, mate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Listen for the zone, drivers.
Really good forward.
Fox is rubbish. And Rob Fox goes sideways off the line, loses a place, and proper harpoons someone. Oh, that's good. He got a karma tangle there for Rob Fox. Oh, and he's looking left and right at people. Still no room at the inn there for you, Rob. Oh, nobody likes to see that. So Rob Fox going to go back down the order. Carry on, Rob. Carry on. I mean, even after Josh tried to help you. Back to the racing at the front, and it looks like Northey from Dan Harding, from Andy Peck. Apparently, Foxy, you didn't do that to Ben at Neen, so or even Josh didn't. One job. My bad. Give me a spoon, I'll stir some more. And as I look up, looks like Graham North going for a happy slap manoeuvre. Just misses and now going to lose out on a block pass in the next corner. So that's going to put Dan Harding to the point. Orange checkers and blue. Yeah, Steve Pearce is right here. When the shell looks that ugly, you're not allowed to win, Norby. That paint job. I mean, I want to say it's canary yellow, but it's more vomit. I can see lumps of cabbage in that. So Norby in the 2 and losing and disappearing back behind Daniel Harding. So he has got to start to pull his trousers up. Fox, I'm told, is 4th at the moment because Peck is still running solidly in 3rd. And no pressure, Rob, but you've got 7 seconds to find. Carry on. So round 1, TQ man not having a great start to this and is going to be sitting in 4th at the moment. Got some work to do to close down. Got some work to do to close down on Andy Peck, who promptly cracks like a cream egg on hearing his name. And is going to allow Foxmobile to start to close him down. But I am told Rob Fox is absolutely on it in pace. You're not going to let him have it that easy, are you, Pecky? Jeez. How much do he pay you for that one? So the best lap out there. I've seen, 24-2 from Dan Harding, who's leading. Unfortunately, Rob Fox is doing 23-2s for fun. So Rob Fox making his way up and through, and it looks like he might already be past the car that I can't look at because of its colours, Graham North. Yeah, if you had a pretty shell on it, North, it'd be at least a second a lap faster, mate. And you got white wheels. Do we need to talk? Oh, Rob Fox going for a champion's roll. And considering he's got 1 minute and 30 to try and close down, 6.5 seconds. And we'll see what that champion's roll's done to that. 6.3, so that meant he didn't close. Well, he still closed 3/10 on Dan Harding with a champion's roll. So Dan not feeling any pressure yet because that gap is 6.3. But the Foxmobile is coming, but only about 4 laps on the clock. So I think Rob might run out of time. So let's help our leader through. Chris Wiz, you'll be next for our leader. Thank you, sir. Just that one. Next one's for position. And Fox already cartwheeling towards the sprung gazelle-like figure of Mike Riley. He was up. He was ready. He was there. He had his catcher's mitt and everything. He knew it was Foxy. And a wry grin there from Riley. Oh, and our leader's over, and it looks like he's popped a ball joint. Is this really going to hand it all to the Silver Fox, who is now grinning like a Cheshire cat going, I'm at the front. So, Chris Wiz, I'll give you £1 if you take him out. Yeah, that one. Just aim. Joking aside, 12 seconds on the clock and really unlucky there for Dan Harding. Although Dan going to recover to 2 with the front end put back on his Cougar. And he's only got about a 2.5 second gap back to Foxy, so not too much to write home about. And second place is over, so Rob's going to cruise to a comfy win. So I suppose the best ask for a big round of applause for everybody's hero, Rob Fox. Who then, does run out of talent on hearing his name. Dan going to pick up a 2. Northy going to pick up a 3. And Andy Peck going to drop to the 4. Race over drivers. Cars on the table. Straight out to Marshall, please. Next up, heat number 17. So that should be Brett Stansfield on the 1, Philip Scholar on the 2, Chris Packer on the 3, Colin McCaffrey on the 4, Richard Colbert on the 5, Steve Thurlborn on the 6, Russell Lee on the 7, James Wiley on the 8, Anthony Witt on the 9, and Greg Billingham on the 10. Bring him round to the line, please. And I hope you all remembered where I just said you were. Not telling you again. Rob Fox, how much did you pay him to pop that ball joint off? You lucky chicken. So, joking aside, guys, Brett on 1, Phil on 2, Chris Packett on 3, Colin McCraftley on 4, Richard Colbert on 5, Steve Thurlborn on 6, Russell, I Love CML Lee on 7, Jake Wiley on 8, and Anthony Witt on 9, and Greg Billingham on the 10. No pressure, Russ, but to get ahead of Jason Potter, apparently you need a 2 and a good time. We all know that's in the bag, Russ, especially as you're driving a Kyosho. And we're going straight into 10 seconds, drivers. So listen for the time.
Just before that's a before the job. Yeah, you went into pinch and put inside. Yeah. And then you went. Yeah, that was
And they all thunder into the first corner. A little bit of argy-bargy going on, and a bit more in the second corner. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen videos like that. Oh, that did definitely have bits fly off. Parts of that car definitely turned to confetti, and I'm not sure what parts. So there is a slightly wayward cougar running around out there on the track, currently in second. And who's that in first? And I think it is Philip Scholler. So orange and white cougar leading us around. Second place, so, is now laughing because it is Russell Lee who promptly gives a loser sign to Jason Potter because he's already collecting that too. See ya. So Russell Lee driving that beautiful Kyosho Ultima. But for some reason looks a little bit like an RC10. I don't know why you tried to do that with it, Russ, you know. Disguising it, I'm sure. So I might actually go and stand below the rostrum and take a selfie so that Russell can't argue with it. But with all that going on, Russell is, whilst laughing, closing down on the leader. They've both got past the crashed car, and as they come through the jump section, both singling, both playing safe. But Russell now starting to apply some pressure to Phil Scholler. The computer's showing Russell in the lead, so he must have got across the line first. But he's currently in second. The two leaders going down the main straight, orange and white in first. Yellow and blue in the second, and Russell now starting to look left and right at that Schumacher-mobile as they come round into the tricky jumps. Russell goes big and goes over the top. Goes full Fast and Furious style, does him, and takes the lead of this. So Russell says, I don't even need a 2, Jason Potter, because I'm now wearing a 1, because I'm a winner. So Russell Lee disappearing off into the distance, taking his Tesco carrier bag of talent with him. Does the step off and comes round to the jump section once again, nice and smoothly over it. And second place, singling again. And taking it as safe as possible. Somebody's got it wrong here, and that might be third. I think it might be Richard Colbert. We're going to hold on to the position. But that's going to allow Steve Thurlborn to get a little bit closer. And our leader, though, starting to check out a bit at the front. That gap now is up to 3.9 seconds. And every time that Philip goes single, it's going to grow by about half a second a lap. So Russell now just has to keep stroking it home with 3 minutes down, 2 to go. And your full order, Russell Lee, Phil Scholler, Steve Thurlborn out to the 3. Then Colin, Richard Colbert, Chris Packer, James Wiley, Brett Stansfield, Greg Billingham, and Anthony Witt. And you guys approaching 1 minute 30 to go. And let's pick up with our leader as he comes round onto the main straight. There is a spun out car there, so be careful. That's your leader coming. Thank you very much. Yeah, Steve Pearce is right. That's what Foxy normally does when he comes onto the straight. And our leader coming through the double tabletop. There's cars there and everywhere. And I think that might be Chris Packer that he's closing down on. So, Chris, that is your leader coming when he gets to you. You guys got just on 1 minute on the clock. Oh, somebody getting it 7 shades of wrong. Oh, Russell Lee just getting away with it. And he's now past the Packermobile. That old RC10 hooking up really nicely on this track. I'm told he's almost on 12 lap pace with 37 seconds on the clock. 11,300.8, Russ. So keep doing what you are doing. You are heading in the right direction. And he's now on 12 lap pace. So I think that's even a lap and a half faster than what Potter can do. And as I promptly have a big old cop in fit in race control, Russell Lee's going to bring it round with 7 seconds on the clock. Going to cross the line at 3. He's through for his 12 lapper. And Russell Lee going to be on a victory lap on his own. All that going on. Philip going to pinch second on the line. Looks like Colin McCaffrey. Please don't park it there, Colin. Bring it up to the top, please. Thank you. And big round of applause for your winner of the best podcast in the world, Russell Lee. Or was that second best podcast? I can't quite remember. And I'm going to hand the microphone over and get myself ready for some racing. Right, shall I drive round to the start?
Oh, yeah. Nine, bottom, and
Right, so
Son, did you see a front wing on your car?
Rich Sharp got another good start position at the start of the field. I think he did pretty well last time round. So it's Rich Sharp, Kieran Peace, Harvey Dalton, Ross Bartlett, Ben Henderson, Simon Kemp, Richard Newbold, Jamie Booth, Nemo Wilson, and Nathan Wilson. That is your grid order.
no, Jeremy, you're back one. I'm back one from that. It's all right.
So we've got a spring and a cup here off something. Steve, tell me what that is. Not a foggiest, it says. It's not Schumacher.
Yeah, I'll spring it.
Oh, is it a small boy? You know which one it is? Yeah, I see it is. Off we go. Sharpie tries to make a move around the outside, captures second place car, and puts himself well downfield. So it's the Cougar, the orange and green car with the Union Jack underneath. A big jump so we could see it. Followed by Simon Kemp and Richard Sharp. So let him come round and click a lap on the lap. And so Simon Kemp briefly takes the lead and then pops a shock off it. Jamie Booth and Ben Henderson get a special award for taking that long to get to the loop that it actually counted you an extra lap. Right, so I've got Richard Sharp here battling for the lead, and briefly I think Ross Bartlett got through and got tangled with a slower car, so it's Richard Sharp now leading the way down the straight, and Jamie Booth is second place, very quick behind him. Okay, good recovery there. Jamie at the back of the grid. There's looking a cookie cart. It's the TRF thingamajig, loosely based on an Astute, say loosely. The body shell is. But that's something similar to what they ran in the day. Which is basically made the cars to the big events. And Sharpie elbows him out of the way. Jamie leaves his bit of ground. And third place is Richard Newbold, another old name in racing around these parts. Leader is just going on to the straight. So he's coming to lap the yellow Cougar, tries to slow down, but pictures the rear end. That's given Jamie a better run over the jumps. And Jamie now snipping at the rear end, Richard Sharp tossing. Stretch couple of corners. Sharp is quick through that section of track after the bump. Through the hill. Jamie looks a bit quicker through race control area last time round. And Sharp is rolling it. Jamie has to a boat, but I'm sure Jamie's trying to jump it every lap. Sharpie goes a bit wild there. That's a bit wide. That's around Jamie to catch up a bit. Well, I think third place a bit out on his own. At the fourth place is between Bartlett, Henderson and Peace. So the TRF machine just slowly bumping Sharpie down. So car onto the straight, you've got the race leader behind you, and the blue car, you've got second place behind you. And that's it. It's a bit excessive, getting out of the way. So the race leader is coming over the jumps now, playing it safe. Then he's taking the air. Well done there to the Cougar, letting him through. And that has closed the gap massively on this lap. So Richard Sharp just on to the straight, closely followed by Jamie Booth with the TRF car. They caught the end of the straight, thank you, and you'll have another one behind you in a second. Sharp is still rolling it. James look pretty consistently jumping it. And I reckon that's the difference. He's got a sniff of him there. Doing nice and tight, a bit tighter than onto the straight. Sharp is going to have to keep it nice and tight through this section. He rolls it. Jamie jumps it. Somehow manages to miss the car in the jumps. Jamie slipping down the inside, the adverse camber bit. Last lap, boys. And we are charged by the boot. He's got nothing to lose. Sharp hits the track out the outside, maxing it out on the straight. Booth is trying to get in a position to do a do-or-dive over a finish. And he just hasn't got time. Well done. Rich played it cool there all the way through. To take the win from Jamie Booth. Good recovery from Jamie from a really poor start. So it was Richard Sharp, Jamie Booth, Richard Newbold, Ross Bartlett, Ben Henderson, Kieran Peace, Mimo Mosen, Nathan Wilson, Harvey Dalton, and Simon Unlucky. I've broken something, Kemp. But I'm sure Rob Fox can sell you the part for an extortionate price. Oh, Freddie, we won't want to. Yeah, Freddie will be able to sort you out. The only difference is Fox is loosened off all the ball joints. He's sold to all Lassie Double X drivers, so that he stands a chance. So your next race is number 19, and that is right. So car 1 is Barry Parker, Simon Major, Richard Lowe, Adam Foley, Mitch Fidlin, Simon Settle, Rick Greenwood, Paul Kemp, Mark Weston, and Rob Hancock. So if you want to grid them up. So Paul is Barry. And goes to pole position. And second place is Simon Major. Been racing a long length of time with Simon. And third is Richard Lowe. Fourth, Adam. Fifth, Mitch. Sixth, Simon. Seventh, Rick. 8, Paul. 9, Mark. And 10, Rob. That's your grid.
Rich? Your back there. After me, then you no good. That I mean, couldn't kiss you out of that. Watch out, eat it.
Was that part from Rob Fox? Did he sell you that bit?
The whole car.
We'll lead there from pole position. Let's put Paul that on the board. We've got all the field over the loop this time, and the right doesn't at a time. So it's the Cougar, I think. Oh, who's took it away from there? All right, it's Simon Settle that's taken the lead. Barry Parker, Adam Foley, Mitch Goodwin, Simon Major, Rick Greenwood, PK, Mark, Rob, and Rich Lowe. Now that's your opening Ollie Marshall in the middle. So Sophie Paradar C10. Marshall, so it's KO show. Much older car in the lead and succumb to the Lottie of Adam Foley. I think they're over the jumps. But new KO of Simon Settle going really well. So very nice. He spun it onto the straight. And that's it. He lost a lot of time there. Thank you, Kieran. Well marshalled. Eventually we got that. So it's Adam Foley, Rick Greenwood, and Mitch Fidlin. The PK moving up to 4. So Mick and PK have been pretty quick early on. So they're all going onto the straight. So actually 1, 2, 3, and 4. In line, and the leader gets a bit tail after second place, gets hooked up. I'll manage to keep the positions, but it's narrowed the field down. The leader crashes under pressure. And Mitch goes from 3rd to 1st, is it? Have you made your mind up yet, boys? 3rd to 1st on 1 lap. So that Mitch in the lead, followed by Rick Greenwood and PK Ripper behind. Another mistake there by Rick. It's caught PK, but I reckon he'll tyre well covered in mud after that. Little corner to the cover. So that's like Mick had an easy lead. I thought that Mick was a bit outdone by there in the concourse. I thought it was quite good. He started. That's like a nice period looking body shell. And he's in the middle section, coming up over the mountain. Those cars in the middle, you also have second place. That's the orange car. PK, second place, just going onto the straight now. And third place, the yellow and pink car, just going onto the straight now. So that's it. Nicely got out of the way. I seem to have lost car 3. I had a bit of a wobble in the centre of the jumps. So let's pick it up again, make sure that the end of the straight. No, he isn't. Further on than that. He's going back race control, making it all look very boring and easy. Doing very well with the older car. PK with the double X, which really is the pretty much the standard of these cars. The car that probably performs the best in the majority of tracks. Easy to set up. And there's a bit of a crazy battle going on in the middle. So third place is still Rick Greenwood, who's just going on to the straight, so back mark, just keep an eye on him. That's the orange car. Mitch is just over the mountain. He's your race leader, so if you let him pass on to the straight. Thank you very much. And Sparrow's playing around. Mitch with the 52. PK not too far behind, which doesn't look catchable at this point in time. Yeah, get your foot down, PK. He's not getting bored of commentating on Mitch on his own. Brother Simon looks on. God, we should go a bit faster. So, Major, you got race leader behind you, I think. That's nice. Mitch just nearly went off the track. Hung in there. So that gaggle of cars on the triples. We've got PK coming up behind as well. That's the second place car. PK being the pink and blue car. It's the win, easy win for Mitch. Well done, Mitch. And a bit of stuck in the middle of nowhere. PK on that, but good point. Second place, PK. In the end, it was Mark Weston. So your race order was Mitch, Paul, Mark Weston, Adam, Simon, Rick, Richard, Rob, Simon Major, and Barry Parker. Right, so we'll get them round onto the grid. Get a bit of an idea of where we're going to be gridding up. Confused me a bit at the start, just admit I'm old and stupid. See, it's Paul Ward. Three. Four is Paul, Gary. 5 is Peter Mox. Not broken. 6 is Linda. 7 is James. Then 8 is Kevin. And then Keith. 9. No. But it's when it just goes slowly, right? It really is alive. Question. Can we get a volunteer on 2 if it's at all possible? Cheers, it's just for Simon, that's all. Gets a good drive off the start, hooks it a little bit, gets away with it. Yeah. Which Kev Bishop in second place. The body shows are now. Straight the field, get round. That's Top Cat running its original suspension. It's running about fifth, I think. It's Fab with double X. Kev with a well run and developed Cougar 2. Or is it Cougar 1 and it, Kev? It's Cougar 1. And Fab makes a mistake, and that puts Kev Bishop right up his truck. So this is the battle for the lead. Miles in front of the other cars. They seem to pull the blinder of this one, so it looks like it's going to be a two-car race. In the field is slightly slower cars. It's Top Cat up into third place. Very well. And some more modern machinery. So we've got a car crashed inside of these jumps. Kev clears it. And it loses a bit of time. Rear end kicks out to one side. So it's Fab over the mountain section, followed by the Bishop machine. Third place, I think, is still the Top Cat holding on in there. So your race order is Fabian, Kevin, James, Keith, Mark, Peter, and Linda. No Paul or Gareth. Two main starters. And the leaders are coming through the centre section over the hill. Very good. We'll try and keep out of the way of each other. Fab is the jumps in front of the rostrum. There's a strange colour scheme he's got there. Bishop's on a more traditional colour scheme for a period. So the race leader is coming around the end of the straight. So some back markers. And he's coming to the bright red car and he's coming over the jumps now. And just totally clears the back marker out of the way. Kev does a Kev waggle on the landing. Cougar, much older machine. What times is Fabian doing here? His best lap is a 23.5. It's pretty quick. And then he drives it straight off the side of the track. Still not. Kev's only just come off the big jumps. He's still got a quarter of a lap in front of him. So remember, the Schumacher that's about to come onto the straight now. Right, here's your second place car. Second place of Kev Bishop. That's it, thank you very much. The battle for third is, at the moment, it's Mark Hazelden and Keith Shields very close together on the track. See if I can pick them up. That's them going down the straight. So Mark Hazelden's the more traditional bodied RC10 with past race control. Keith Shields being a lotter behind. Yes, got a bit more pace. I think he's been a bit more consistent. And Fabian is just driving away with this one. He's just got that little bit more pace than Kev. And there's not much Kev can do about it. Cube was pushing a bit wide when he's having to put the power on and then to wait a bit longer than Fab round the end of the straight. I think the rest is just got a little bit of an edge handling wise in the corners. I think that's the big difference here for capable drivers. So you've got the red car behind you. Heading past, he's the race leader. We've lost race control. Gets through for a victory lap. The Bishop finishes second. And Battle here for third. Looking at the old style RC10. And he's going to finish in third place. So that's Mark Hazelden. Keith Shields. Just waiting for James Wixon with his top cap. And there's top cap. So win Fabian. And good second place there for Kev Bishop. Both on good point scores at the moment. That was Fabian, Kev, Mark Hazelden, Keith, James, Peter, Linda, Paul, Gary. Both Paul's not starting and Paul Ward not making it to the start of the grid. All right, screw them off. Gemma's always extra 2 corners. Wishbone's broken. Drives it just like his Chevette.
Yeah. Race 20 was 1999. Round 2.
Perhaps they managed to grid them up. Yeah.
Sorry, man. Oh, he's fully sorry. I'll go.
Bloody wanna believe. Yeah, it's a Schumacher.
Actually, I was very happy to pick my way through at the start. That was, I have a feeling it was like years of smashing into people. And
Yeah,
experience.
Cash, can you start the grid out, please?
Yeah. No,
I'm sad. So, Richard Simpson's pole. So, Craig Lomax, then it's Richard Simpson. Cameron is in third, John Price 4, Nathan Rolls 5, Andy Coote is 6, Mark Render is 7, Steve Hawkins is 8, Alex Robinson is 9, and Rob Gammon 10.
Six. That one up.
Andy Coote is 6, Mark Render 7, 8 is Steve Hawkins, 9 is Alex Robinson, and 10 is Rob Gammon. Guys, you need to start looking at your practice and see what numbers you are. We need to speed this up. Okay, drivers and marshals ready? Go on the warble.
What might be wet from rain today?
Turned into a 3-day thing.
Okay, so Craig Lomax leads us away. So Richard Simpson's managed to streak through into one spot.
Yeah, I'm going to get.
So it is Simpson. Oh, and there you go. John Price has got some ponies in that car. Took Cameron down the straight. Oh, it was Roll, sorry. So it's Simpson, Rolls, Cameron, and then Rob from the 10 spot. So our two commentators of today are going at it. So going over the doubles now. So it's Roll, Simpson, Charity, Gammon, Render, Hawkins, Price, Coote, and Robinson. So Rich Simpson's making that car wide, so he's going to make Nathan look left and right. He's got some ponies in that car down the straight. Oh, and Simpson drifted wide, so that has allowed Rolls through. So it's now Rolls, Simpson, and Rob Gammon. So there's nothing in between these top three so far. Going down the straight, Simpson's just crashed. A little wheelie from Rob Gammon on that one down the straightaway. So grip must be getting higher on the track. It must be drying out. So best lap we have seen so far has come from Nathan Rolls at a 22.5. Ben Jemison's best lap was a 22.034. Okay, so Rolls goes down the straight, so clear track for a while. Going to try and get the hammer down, I reckon. Make sure he secures that one, but also try and get a faster time than Ben Jemison. So it's Rolls, Gammon, Simpson, and Cameron. So Nathan is still leading around. He has got a 6.5 second lead over Rob. And Richard Simpson's in the 2 spot, a second behind. So race 23 is up next. So race 23 up next. So we've got a minute left, and with the best lap still has been a 22.3, but Nathan is pumping in consistent 22s. So he's trying to impact onto Ben Jemison's current TQ and see if he'll be able to take it this round. So pick up the race leader. So he's going down the straight. That's the race leader. Thank you very much. So it is still Rolls, Gammon and Simpson. So last time by, that was a 23.2 from Nathan Rolls. And Rob Gammon was 23.4. So still leading it and keep pushing away. Simpson. Okay, waiting for Rob Gammon to finish. So, okay, we're closing now. So, John Price, Cameron, and Craig Lomax to finish. Okay, so that's the end of race 22. So, race 23 up next. And I'm afraid, Nathan, Ben Jemison still holds fastest time of the day. Okay, so start order for race 23 is Craig Mead on the pole, Kai Richards, then Stuart Richards 3, James McFadden 4, Isaac McFadden 5, Stephen Bond 6, Rob Tyus 7, Jaden Richards 8, Chris Reed 9, and Chris Barrett number 10. Okay, Marshall, swap over, please. And then can we have someone do the honours of lining them up on the straight, please? Craig Mead on pole again, you jammy sod. So it's Craig Mead, followed by Kai Richards, 1-2. Then on the second line, it is Stuart Robinson, Jay McFadden. Line 3 is Isaac McFadden and Stephen Bond. On the 4 row is Robert Tyus, Jaden Richards. And on the 5th row, it is Chris Reed and Chris Barrett. Okay, drivers and marshals ready. Corners, marshals ready. Go on the sound of the warble. So Cobra sets us off. Nearly a full clean start. Minus the car 3 car pile up at the back. Okay, careful over the jump. Okay, we're all clear. Great, why have you crashed an opening lap? Okay, so we'll wait until see poleman's through. So it's James McFadden from the 4 spot up into the 1 spot. Kai Richards second. Hero Drive from Chris Barnett from the 10 spot into the 3. Craig Mead, as you've dropped 3 places down into the 4 spot. And Jaden is in 5th. So James McFadden just going up those step up now. Chased by Kai Richards. So last time by was a 1.2 seconds. So orange car going down the straight, that is second place. That was second place. So Rob Tyres, just to let you know that was second place, trying to get past you then. Okay, so it's James McFadden, Kai Richards and Jaden Richards. And Stephen Bond in fourth spot. Craig Reed, Poleman has now dropped down into the fifth spot. So not having much luck this time round. So pick up your race leader. So going over the big jump in front of the rostrum. So looks to be running an associated B5 over the step up. So best lap we have seen from James is a 23.3. So no one's seen anywhere close to Gemmo's 22.0 so far. But Matt Thompson's looking raring and ready to go into sub-21s. Retaining champion. So 2 minutes remaining. It is still James leading us around, followed by Kai Richards. So the gap is 2.5. And James has just made a bit of a mistake in front of the race control area. So just going over the step up. So has that impacted him? I think it has. I think Kai's now leading. And it is. It's Kai now leading. Followed by Jaden Richards. So, and Isaac. So the three going over the step up now. That is first, second, and third. So James has managed to get back into the front. And then we've got a race for second and third at the minute. So top three are split by less than 1 second. But it's even closer on the track now. So James has made another mistake that time round. So drag race down the straight, first, second, third. In your final 1 minute. And a tap from there. Didn't see what quite happened. Tidy it up, guys. So Kai and Jaden touched. They waited for each other. They're having a battle at each other, tapping left and right. But now that's just allowed James to extend that gap on the lead. So you're into your closing 30. Don't want to be doing that. So still anyone's race. So first, second, third are going up your step up now. Making a left, going down the straightaway. So you are going to be called to the line. And you are all finished. So it is James McFadden takes it, followed by Kai Richards, Jaden Richards, and Isaac McFadden in fifth. Chris Bauer from the 10 spot up into the fifth. Then we've got Stephen Bond, Craig Mead, our pole man, dropped down to seventh. Okay, so race 24 is on next. So 80 Parks is on pole, followed by Richard Culvert. So that's your front grid. We've then got second line on the grid, Freddie Russell, Mark Christopher. We line up on the third line is Jordan, followed by Paul Upton. So if anyone wants any body shell spraying, go and see Upton. He probably hates me for that because he's already busy enough. Fourth line is then Carl Marsden and Jim Dixon. And on the fifth line is Mike Agar. Okay, so drivers and marshals ready. Go on the sound of the warble. So race 24 is on its way of our post 1999. So got some quick guys in this one. Some not so quick. Not naming any names, but he's got a good transponder in when he puts his proper ones in. Won't name any names. But he knows who it is. So it's Andy Parks, followed by Carl Marsden from the 7 spot up to the 2 spot. So running his Kyosho. And we've got Jim Dixon on the move as well, running his loss of 22. And Freddie Russell. So they are good movers. So Freddie's dropped back 1 spot. So it's 80 Parks, Carl Marsden, Jim Dixon, Freddie Russell. So top 4 are split by 5 seconds. 80 Parks, best lap so far in the quickest and trying to extend that lead has just come by last time round on a 22.9. Thank you very much, Steve. So as we say, 80 Parks from Carl Marsden, Jim Dixon, Freddie Russell in the 4, then Jordan, Paul, Mark Christopher, Mike Agar, and Richard Culvert. So let's see if we can pick up our leader. Just wait for him to come across, and I think he already has. Going up through tricky centre section, I believe. So as I say, going up through the step up out onto the main straight. He has got Marsden in close contention, only 2.2 back last time by. And we'll see, they've got best bragging rights goes to Marsden so far. It was 2.2, it's now 1.4. Marsden is on the charge. So he's going full dirt master. Out there, oh, silky smooth through that centre section. Looking and powers past him down the straight, but goes wide on the first corner. So back to 80, back to Marsden. These two are trading paint as they are going. Down and over the jump section, line astern, with a little bit of a sniggle snaggle going on. And Marsden now to the point. So I think he's got the most modern rear motor car here, because it was only released about a month and a half ago. Down the main straight, but it is an RB5 in everything else but body shell. So Marsden now over the little hop up into the jump section. 80 not being dropped with that X-ray self-converted to rear motor. So that means it's quite an old one. It's about a 17 or 18 probably. So I think that's the only one we could flip the gearbox on. And I think he's the only one here running an X-ray in two-wheel drive rear motor today. So we'll stay with him for the moment as Carl Marsden trying to now scarp her off. 80 doing everything he can to hold on to him and making that car look good. So yellow, green and black, thank you. And again, you'll have second place with you shortly. I think that might be Mike. So I might just be aware, second place coming as well. But Marsden now starting to stretch his legs. Gap last time by 1.3. It does look a little bit bigger this time. And indeed it is. But that doesn't matter when Marsden goes 0 to 0 over the jumps. And it's back to 80 Park with 1 minute 10 on the clock. Going through the centre section, white, green, yellow, and God knows what on it. Yellow wheels down the main straight. Marsden trying to close him down in his familiar colours of white, green and black. So not a lot between these two, only about 15 feet on track. Marsden sticks the landing this time, though. So Marsden, the slightly quicker car here, going to try and close down. And 80 Parks cracks like a cream egg and promptly puts it on his roof. Then has a champion's roll for good measure. And who's this closing him down? It's FF himself for a fast Freddie Russell. So we'll start to concentrate on the battle for second with 30 seconds on the clock. Freddie trying to close it down. Jim Dixon there waiting for any mistakes and trying to close them both down. Puppy there as well. So no mistakes from any of these guys. 15 seconds on the clock. Some of you might be racing to the line. I think Marsden's going to get through for one though. 10 seconds on the clock. There goes Marsden. Some of you guys will not get through. I don't know. 4, 3, Aiden's through. So all the way back to Puppy are all through. So keep going, guys. Keep going. Puppy here trying to look for the 4. Chewing him. God blimey. That was like a hubba bubba bit of chewing gum getting blown a bubble there by Jim Dixon. Down the main straight drag race. But Puppy not got the power for once. But has the inside line. Can't quite make it stick. This is for 4th and 5th. Dashing for the line. And Dixon going to pick that one up. So, but most importantly, your winner there, Cole Marsden from 80 Parks, from Freddie Russell in the 3. So, guys, cars on the table, straight out to Marshall. Somebody please move Pupton's car from the track. Thank you very much, young man. And the rest of you, round to the line, please, for race number 25.
Henry, please. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, guys, bring them straight round to the grid, please. As the man says, Ken Reith on pole again. How much did you pay for that one, Ken?
No.
Steve Pearce is saying he doesn't know how much he paid, but it wasn't to him, so he's trying to work it out himself. So Ken Reith on the pole, Stu Lees on 2, Thompson on the 3, Adrian Prince on the 4, Fiddling on the 5, Wayne Ash on the 6, Oliver Kitchen on 7, Ben Ellis on the 8, and Colin McCaffrey on the 9. Get them gridded up, please, guys, ASAP. Cole Marsden, you are my hero. Who you did that, yeah. There definitely a split in your carrier bag of talent at that point.
6. I'm doing it to myself. I have to come to some bump compliance talk, mate.
So it looks like I've got my marshals. So we're going to drop straight into 10 seconds, drivers. Listen for the tone. And that's heat 25. So 26 needs to be getting ready. And off they all thunder into the first corner. And how from 3rd on the grid, or how much did he pay to be allowed to... Thompson already to the point. So Fiddling up to the 3 as well. So Mick Fiddling with some work to do if he can get through that traffic. And he's being patient all the while. Thompson trying to escape away. Has the length of the straight. And somebody's just bought me cookies. No, they are just for me. Yeah, there's no share. Do I look like I share cookies? Back to the racing, and it's still Thompson at the point. First time by, properly on the clock, 22.4, still nowhere near Gemmo's 22.0, 22.1, yeah. Yeah, that was an absolute hero lap, but Thompson is on clear track. So we'll do what we can to help you through. So RC10 coming into the jump section. That is your leader, and that's one way of getting out of his way. So Thompson already through. Is on currently 12.301 pace, but a long way to go. And I know that'll straight away rattle into quick 13s once the computer catches up with him. Last time by 22.3. So now on my pace in lap time. And answers that. And Gemmo 22.08. Are we about to see sub 22 second laps from reigning champion Matthew Thompson going down the main straight now? And indeed, straight away on 13 lap pace, dropping down to 13.09 straight away. And there it is, boom, 21.36. That's nearly a second faster. So Thompson is on it like a car bonnet going down the main straight, guys. Do not be a factor. Orange and yellow, thank you. Thompson now in clear-ish track. Next person he will see will be Ken Reith. Yeah, that one, Ken. So Ken almost earning his pound. And black, green, blue, thank you. Coming out onto the main straight is our leader once again. He is leading the rest of the field for Dusk. Already down to 13.6. Backs up his 21.3 with a 22.3. 22.1 this time by for Thompson. So Thompson is on fire running around out there. Chasing down now on the Silver Cougar KR, going through the centre section. Your race leader is coming. Thompson now clear track, laying the hammer down. Saying, hi, Gemmo, you're about to lose your time. I think we are about to see our first 14-lapper. And he comes through with 1:51 on the clock on 13.1 pace. So, Thompson, as long as you don't crack, you are there. Keep doing exactly what you are. Down the main straight one more time. Hangs up, goes down towards a little hop-off. And we'll see what the computer says. And there it is, flashing 14-lap pace. And this will be your first person even to flash for it. Coming round through over the centre section. So, Cam Reith, your leader is coming. Thank you very much, sir. And down the main straight he goes. Your lead car, white, blue and pink. And you cannot now tell me that yellow wheels are not faster. Thompson goes into the jump section, coming up on back markers. They check up. And they are already out of his way. They can see the pace he's closing them down out. So great job, guys. Thompson now, time's coming down all the time. 14.20 now targeted. Another 21-second lap for good measure. 21.7 last time by. Par coming up towards us in commentary corner. White, blue and pink, as I say, past the sprung gazelle-like figure of Cole Marsden. Willing him on to crash as ever. As he comes round out onto the main straight with 36 seconds on the clock. So he's going to do this lap and one more. So white, pink and blue coming into the jump section. Your leader is coming. And he's coming up at walk back to Thompson, which is the only way I can describe it. So he is doing his very best to make sure that Rob Fox stays with the name of and Rob Fox with this raw pace. 13 seconds on the clock. White, blue and pink, please. Thank you. And then white, yellow and orange. That's your leader coming. That's great driving. Thank you, guys. He is through on his 14th lap. Targeting now a 14.16. Time's getting faster and faster and faster. A little bit of a bobble there, but it's not going to cost him too much. Coming onto the main straight. Powers past the back marker who goes nice and wide for him. And I will thank all the back markers in this race because you guys have been fantastic. And he's going to cross the line. And I'll have a huge round of applause for your first 14-lapper to Matt Thompson. Apparently, Gemmo, he says you're rubbish if you didn't get one. So has Halliwell got his jamming front wheels on again, or is he actually going to race this time? Because he is up next. And he says, Thompson, your time is mine. As the man says, Lungley on pole, Hellywell, landowner and extraordinaire of the man behind Robin Hood Raceway on 2. The man, the myth, the legend, Neil Lewis on 3. Oopal Bossman, Stu Evans on 4. Rich Cooper on 5. Kenan Miller on 6. Mawson on 7. Carrots Burrows in 8. And Dave Loxley on the 9. So grid them up, guys and girls.
Just 30 seconds, take a look at the car.
Looks like the grid are ready. They're waiting on their marshals, so get moving, boys. Can we have a volunteer on point 9, please? Or can you stay on it, please, sir? Thank you very much. Rob Fox to race control, please, if you are free. Rob Fox to race control.
Race 26. First 1919. Round 2. So start in 30 seconds.
So who's it going to be? I really want to shout go. And off they all thunder into the first corner. Hellywell tries an outside move. Lungley's wise for it and puts the handles out. Hellywell going to drop a few places, but get away with it somehow and back up to the 3. So Lungley leading us round from Stu Evans, of all people. Evans going for an inside move, can't make it stick and takes out Lungley. So that's going to promote James Hellywell to the point. But he is already wearing Mawson like a backpack and drag race down the straight. Mawson says thank you. So Mawson now to the point as they all come round 4-1. And off they all thunder. So it's now Mawson from Hellywell, from Dave Loxley, Marcus Lungley recovering to the 4. Then Kenan Miller, Stu Evans dropping down all the way to the 6. Burrows, Cooper and Lewis. Stay with our leader as he comes round over the jump section. Oh, Sump surfs the track markers. Gets away with it, still holding the lead. Hellywell now started to try and close back into that lead. It looks to be travelling a little bit slow compared to Mawson. Mawson is pushing. As I look at the lap times, Mawson 22.5 last time by. 23 this time. 22.8 from Hellywell. Nobody else even in the 23s, although as I say that, a couple of you suddenly pop in there. Brian Burrows doing 23.0, and that's a good lap time, Brian. And Burrows now moving back up the field. I think he's now up to the 4th spot with some work to do, especially as he picked up a 1 last round. So all this going on, and I can see cars everywhere, and that has promoted boss man himself, James Hellywell, to the point. Last time by 22.4, so he's already back up to just on my pace, but needs to find about 4 or 5 tenths to get up to other people. So orange, yellow and white, that's your leaders coming. Thank you very much. And you guys, you two, will have second place with you as I speak. So Neil Lewis has second place with you when he gets there. And that's one way of trying to get out the way. Nothing you could do there. And Mawson going to lose a bit more time there to James. James last time by, hearing his name, 23.0, 23.6 this time. So Hellywell heading in the wrong direction in raw pace. Mawson trying to find any ounce of track marker he hasn't hit and promptly hits it, but still holding on to second, but losing a boatload of time as all this going on. Looks like Stu Evans there going to pick up a place.
Take it off, man.
Halliwell continues to lead us with 3 down, 2 to go from Mawson. Halliwell now with a 5.5 second lead and gets back into the 22-second brigade. Now gets up onto my lap pace, 22.3 this time by. Schumacher KR looking every ounce good. And complimenting James's driving style as he comes out onto the main straight. A little bit squiffy, trying to push on. And currently targeting a 13 in 18. And does have about a 7-second lead over the rest of the field. Indeed he does. Mawson now trying to come back at him, but dropped 7/10 in that lap alone. Your leader is on the straight and coming up behind Marcus Lungley. So, Marcus, that's your leader when he gets there. Thank you, sir. Cars in the jumps. Be careful. Marshals as well. The young man is out there. Track is clear. Great job, young man. You are my hero. Mawson taking, we'll have a look, gap back down to 6.2. So Mawson taking about a second out of James that lap, because James had to back off through that section, but 38 seconds on the clock. I think James has got this well under control as he comes past us in commentary corner, round into the tricky centre rhythm section and doing the step up. There goes Mawson. That gap staying now static at 6 seconds. 20 seconds on the clock. So you guys, as you cross the line, will be starting your last lap, and some of you won't quite make it. 10 seconds on the clock for Halliwell as he goes through. They're going to be targeting about a 13 or 14. There goes Mawson. Going to be targeting about 5 seconds back. He ain't going to catch James, but he's still going to set a good time and pick up a 2 for round. Caution in the jumps. Oh, that was close. That was quick running, young man. I'll give you that one. And brave. There goes James Halliwell whipping it past commentary corner just to say he's number 1. There goes Mawson in the 2. Dave Loxley going to be picking up a 3. Burrows a 4. Evans a 5. And I'm going to hand over to my co-commentator and let it all happen.
Interesting conversation here about Steve with his implants. I don't know what he's quite on about. Oh, bloody hell, he's shown me and all. Right, if you want to drive him round steadily onto the straight, let's get him gridded up. So back round to the older cars.
Yeah. Great. Nobody breaks in the break. Stuart died ball, time made second. Chris, you did. That 4 is Holger. Richard, you go 6. Travis Thompson 7. Holger 8. Keith Field 6. Greenwood 10. Come on, guys, you need to speed this up. Not going to get it forever.
Which one are we on? 27. No. Right, Matt, it's number 46, second 15, third 38, fourth 68, fifth 4, 61, 21. Is that making any sense? Right, so I probably read it wrong, a list or something. No, what? Right, so it should be Stuart Dye, Simon Major, Christopher Brabansky, Matt Tunks. Somebody tell him who's caught Matt Tunks. Whittle your steering. Right, he should be 5th. 6 is Richard Newbold. Whittle your steering. 7, Harvey. Whittle your steering. 8 is Paul Ward. Whittle your steering. 9 is Keith Shields. And 10 is Rick Greenwood.
Thanks, Matt. Good work.
Start bending.
So it looks like the Traxxas TRX in pole position leads the way this time. So I think that's Stuart Dye that's in the lead. And I'm just waiting to put a lap on. Right, so it's TRX followed by the double X of Rick Greenwood and Christopher Vansky in 3rd place. And it's the Old Coyote Show in 4th place. I think that's Rich Colbert. There's a battle there, just keep it tidy. And that's for 3rd place. Going on to the straight now. Your race leader is quite quick in the other rounds. Is the double X of Rick Greenwood. This looks like one he can win. He's got a good start. He's probably the quickest guy in this one. Let's see if the TRX can hang on as Stuart Dye. Still, the 3-way battle for 3rd place goes to the end of the straight. And that is being led by the Cuba 2000 at the moment. I think that's the only one entered this weekend. I think that's Matt Tonks. So it's the next heat on is 28. 28 going on after this one. Looks like Rick Greenwood is going past race control and he's going to be getting into the back of the field, ready to lap. TRX has been overtaken by Matt Tunks, Stuart Dye, hanging on 3rd. And then it's Richard Culver, Christopher Lansky, Richard Newbold, Keith Shields, Simon Major, and Harvey Dalton. I think Paul Ward has started all day. So if you see the pink and yellow car coming past, lost double X, he's the race leader. And a little bit of a TRX stuff set. And that's the rest of the field through. So I think Tunks is still in 2nd place. And he's actually closed up for Rick Greenwood. So Rick made a mistake. Or Tunks was driving the wheels off that Cuba 2000. That's looking pretty good over the little mountain section in the middle. And leader goes onto the straight and he's split by a back marker. Camera gets out of the way. So actually battle for the lead. It's Greenwood against Tunks. That's a loss. They both been taking the jumps very nicely this time round. Very similar pace. Let's see who's come through. So 3rd place is Christopher Vansky and Richard Newbold moving up into the 4th place position. And Greenwood goes past the car shirt in the middle of the track. And in 2nd place is going to be on you, Kyoto driver. And that is Matthew from Cougar 2000. Moves out of the way. The car on the jump And it's clear. So let's show second place. Yep, thank you very much for letting him pass. So race leader goes down the end of the straight. And that is Rick Greenwood. The brightest coloured car, I think, in the field. Comes to set the jumps. It's very nice. Yeah, the blue car, you got the back marker behind it. Thank you very much. And you'll have second place with you in a minute. He's at the head of the line with there for Rick Greenwood. And that's allowed Tunks to close. There's a car between them. Oh, it looks quick. Don't be a factor in the results. So that's it. Matthew Tunks has closed up onto Rick Greenwood. And there's one lap. Yeah, battle for the lead for one lap. And Greenwood hold on. And Tunks, oh, and he went for it. He went for it and hit the nickel. And that's probably game over for him. All Rick needs to do is stroke it round. Not the nickel, but the track. And he can afford just take his time in the back market. And that's a win for Rick Greenwood, followed by a good second place by Matthew Tunks from back there. And third place was Chris Dragoniski. So it was, your final order was Rick, Matt, Christopher, Richard Newbold, Richard Colbert, Simon Major, Keith Shields, Harvey Dalton, Stuart Dye.
Okay, so rank 28, Colin, like regional second, and Colin category, you know, more select, battle paradise,
Right, so ignore the what he says in the barn. We're going on. It's 28.
You were all aware big time of cop been sorted out. You were probably a fast.
So it's race 28. So we actually managed to get a grid, Rob. So yeah, if you listen, I'll try and call them out. So it's 28 on, 29 next, obviously.
6, Rob. That's 6. 7. It's really annoying, like, you were gritting up like a back corner.
We're right, I think we're ready. Let's get them rolling.
Yeah, a big team. So, yeah, look at that.
So a bit of a clean start for the first half of the grid. Bit of a tangle towards the rear. I think it's your pole sitter in the lead, which I think is Colin McCaffrey. Cougar takes quite a good lead at the start, followed by the pink white Blossy. That's well and put a lap on the card, so I've got the order. So it's Colin McCaffrey, followed by Adam Pollitt and James Wilkinson. So Colin, it's a bit of a bad jump there, but still just manages to hold on to the lead. And second place just looks like some sort of random chaos going off. So I think it's the yellow Top Cat stroke Cougar conversion that moves up into second place ahead of the double X. So it's Cougar 1-2. We've got a bit of a photographer down. Really slip it. Careful on the feet. So your race order is Colin McCaffrey, James Wilkinson, Adam Foley, Barry Parker, Peter Pierce, Nemo Mawson, Peter Moss, Patty, James, and Ben. That's your race order. So you've got your race leader coming up behind you in the middle of the track. And that is the pink and blue. Thank you very much. Your name's followed by the yellow Cougar. So it's looking at the Cougar 1, 2, and 3. You don't picture the Lossy actually. So it's the two Cougars pulling away from the Lossy double X. And double X takes a bad landing there. They're just gradually pulling away. So it's James Wilkinson, Adam Follett, and Barry Parker. I'll let to Steve just corrects this. There's a tangle at the start, and it's sort of the computer timing out. And I think it is Colin McCaffrey that is in the lead. He's just gone wide. And now he's dropped back. Actually, it's the other Cougar. So wait to see what's the correction is. So it's James Wilkinson we've got in the lead. And I think that is the yellow car. There's the yellow car going down the straight. Here's your race leader. Comes round it over the lead. And in second place, I think second place is Colin. I'll just sort in the set. So I think that's a win for James Wilkinson. That's definitely a win. We're just going to do some checks of the times there. Peter Moss just coming in. And that's the end of that one. So race 29 will be going on next. That's 29. If you want to take them round and grade them up. So on pole position, we should have Greg Billingham. In second place, Mark Hazelden, then Paul Kemp and Kieran Peace. That's your top four. So Greg, you're on pole position on the left. Mark Hazelden, you're to the right of him. You have a volunteer on point one, Paul Kemp. 3, Kieran Peace. 4, Jacob Bartlett on 5, Mike Riley on 6. We've got Keith Robertson on 7, Paul Garrett on 8, Richard Lowe on 9, and Jamie Booth bringing up the rear in 10. I've got a volunteer marshal at the point one.
Well, what's the one? How about you get the grid sorted out?
Bit of a jump start for Mike Riley, but didn't really gain anything. So it's the pole sitter that carries them round into the jump section. But he loses the lead to PK. So it's Paul Canninglet. It's gone into the lead with his quick losser. And Jamie Booth from nowhere up into second place. That was a big jump for Jamie from 10th to second. Just dropped to place for third. The lead's 3 quite quick earlier on. So your lead is Paul Kemp, Keith Robertson and Jamie Booth. That is your top 3. All together in the middle and coming over the little mountain. Jamie's looking over the back of Keith's car. So that's your race for the lead. Oh, there's a bit of argy-bargy to get past. Been watching touring car racing. And Keith just bounces out of the way. It's JB trying to chase down Paul, and PK's had a bit of a waggle on as he gets past Mike. Mike lets him go past. He's at a driving, a good fortune, and PK gets it all wrong, and into the lead goes Jamie Booth. PK looks to be struggling with his super grippy front tyres. And it's TRF of Jamie Booth leading around the end of the straight. But the quick car here is Keith. And it's Keith Robertson that's pulled them all back in. So looking very quickly, they're very fast associated. The orange car, you've got 3 cars behind you. Thank you very much. That is the battle for the lead. So it's TRF, Double X, and one of the B series is associated. And it's looking racy, Keith Robertson's car. And it's looking very nice to set up. And Jamie ditches it off the jump. Manages just to survive it, but PK sends it. And PK has took the lead again. So it's the Double X. It looks a little skittish on the front. Some snatch from those big tyres. Makes it quick. So, Mike, you've got the third leading 3 cars. And Jamie trying to get past PK. A bit of contact on the landing, but position is held. So over the mountain we go. Onto the straight. He's looking for a move on Jamie's TRF. Definitely one of the better cars associated. And PK's slow through that right-hander. Pulls them all back up, goes wide. Jamie's looking for the room. And Jamie gets through. And so does Keith Robertson. He's looking the fastest car of the three. So car onto the straight. You've got three leaders. Thank you very much. Nice tight one. Jamie hooks it up. Keith goes into the lead. So Jamie's trying to send it up the inside. Oh, Keith gets a bad jump. And it wants Jamie through. PK, so trying to avoid that. Gets caught out. Onto the straight, you've got your leader. And Keith has had an accident, so that's given a bit of space to Jamie. And he needs to make the best of this. Because Keith, I'm sure, is the quicker car of the three. So you've got the race leader behind you, Mike. That's it. On those two cars going into the rhythm section, you've got also second place. That's the old style RC10 in the middle, and he's rolled it. The second place has rolled it. Second place going onto the straight. Now followed by PK, who's sort of clambering all over the track markings and almost letting Jamie have an easy run. So Jamie just lands past race control and just moves out of the way. So back markers and a bit of fast reactions that Keith's got just to miss them. But that leaves him still a good corner or so behind James Booth. And coming towards the end of the race. So all cars through on to the last lap. Again, just has to keep this going round. James rolls it. Don't really think those positions to be gained unless he makes a mistake. And well done, Jamie. That was a good win. A little bit of aggressive overtaking at the start, but I think it was fair. So a win for Jamie Booth, the TRF car. Keith Robertson second, and PK third. And it was Mark Hazelden, Richard Lowe, Kieran Peace, Mike Riley, Jacob Bartlett, Greg Billingham, and Paul Garry did not start. So that was your race order. That was a good race, that. Very close. So it is race 30 going on next. There's around and grid them up. So your race. The race order for this one is James Wiley, Kev Bishop, Rob Hancock, Nathan Wilson, Brendan McNulty, James Kemp, Simon Kemp, David Dalton, Fab Simone, and Mark Weston. Your marshal correct.
What marshal number? Hi, Bob. Hey, we're going to shout.
6. You're at 0.6. Right, right, so we've got James on pole, Kevin second, Rob third, Nathan fourth, Brendan fifth, James sixth, Simon seventh. Are you all sorted? Oh. So race 30 going on.
Yeah. Marshal 2. Slow it down, please. James, just forwards. Straight. Closing now. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. Oh, just go forward, Neil Gillen. You know, when you crash on that corner, once you still drop down, it takes ages. Yeah. Your fault. Oh, how's this broken?
Steve, just pop back.
Hey, just you just broke that. I thought you said it was stuck. Oh. Simpson, have you broke it?
No, Steve walked out and just gone blank screen on me.
Blank screen?
Well, not blank screen, yeah, I've got a brick red blank screen.
Just like that.
Yeah, oh, he's lost clicking on something.
I was going to say Newman. It was Newman. Hey, it was broke.
I think he just wants to clicking on to race, but I'm not doing it in case I lose.
Well, oh, good luck, Simon.
Thank you.
I mean, because that would have been a lot. You go to see your car.
That's pole position, hooks it up a bit on the inside. Ultimately, the rest all crash, which gives Paul a very good lead. Just could keep it a bit more on the track than that. And second place comes through Kevin Bishop.
Just 5 more minutes.
Trying to keep it all nicely. And then it's Simon Kemp, I think, in third. So you've got your race leader, which was James Wiley, in pole position, leading Kev Bishop, and Simon Kemp with Losser, Losi. Big mover and all that. A lot of tangles, but that's like Fab up into fourth place. So that's another quick car. It could turn out to be quite a good race between these four. You know, the leader just pops a wheelie. And Kev Bishop and Kemp is all over the back of him. And that's bunched the field up, and it's nurse to tail for 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ooh. Simon looking at which way over the nipple. And Kev's quite good at. Oh, what happened there? It's like he hit a brick wall on the straight. That takes Kempy out of it for a minute, but I'm sure he'll be back. And it's James Wild. Oh, he's just got a little wild there, and that's that Fab through. The Italian French driver from Guatemala. So it's James Wiley under a lot of pressure. So you've got, and it's crashed now. Finish there, you've got the race leaders behind you. There's nothing he could do there in his roof. Had one of the quickest car in the lead for that. Just had a bit of a catch with a back marker. Do nothing about it, either of them. Well, probably could if Fab actually looked where he was driving. But that is what James, James has had a roll there, and that's like Kev Bishop into the lead. So it's a Schumacher one. Kev, don't tell Kev, but Kev still thinks that's a current car. Thinks that's modern. So it's Kev in the Cougar one, leading the field away. Kemp is closed up into third place. So you've got the leaders coming past us, the yellow car. You've got 3 in a row. Thank you very much. So that's Simon Kemp putting the pressure on James. And the yellow car, you will have 4th place with you as well. And that lets Fab through. So while they're scrapping, Fab is back in the game. Might not be in it for the lead, but he's definitely get second here. So it's good for just hanging on the landings. Oh, nearly an end over end. So pink card, keep out of the way. Got 3 fast cars behind it. And the race leader just ran into the straight with Simon Kemp trying to hunt him down still. Wiley in a Wiley third. And Simone putting lots of pressure on him there. Oh, no, he gets a bad landing. Simone straight through on the inside. 6 green car, you've got the race leaders. You'll have another batch of 2 behind you in a bit. And Simon Kemp has closed the gap on to the back of Kev Bishop. Both drivers from Old. Simon coming from the northeast region mainly, where his dad, I think, for a bit was the regional rep. Foul down the straight. realistically, the Lotus should be the better car, but Kev's got a lot of experience driving this two-wheel drive Cougar. It's a real battle here. Oh, Kev a bit wide, and Simon ups it up. He's managed to stay in touch there. Fab closed in on third place there. Come on, Fab, you can put some quick laps in here. We've still got about 36 seconds left on the clock. It's all to play for still. Cut Marshall in the middle. You can watch out on the centre section. First three managed to miss it. So what we got here? We've got Kev roaming around. He'll get through for another lap. So this will be our last lap to the top three. Fourth place just gets it, I think. So you're all on the last lap. The top four on the last lap. Kempy stuffs it, and that has given Kev a nice easy finish. All Kev needs to do is keep it in the middle of the track. And Fab up into second place. I think he's doing quite well with his scores today. Well done, Kev. And I think that's a good drive from Fab. And it's a good battle between all the top four there. Well done. So your race finish was Kev Bishop, Fabian Simone, Simon Kemp, James Wiley, James Kemp, Nathan Wilson, David Dalton, Brendan McNully, Mark Weston, and Rob Hancock. Next up is number 31.
Three. Big Scout 4. 5. Jason Coffee 6. This was room 7. Big Slow Step. Section 9. Is 10. 8 is 4. 2. 4. 3. Start 4. 5. Jason 6. I thought it was it's late. Section 9. Is 10.
Right there. Lots of good quick guys in here. It depends there. They could get a bad start. You never know. They're a bit mixed up in the field. Yeah, looks like we're all good to go. And off we go. Fourth and third wide. Leads two. Oh, it's Mitch Ridley who's took the lead. And I don't think Mitch was right at the front. Par 3. So he came good. And he's one of the quick guys, so he's the guy who didn't want to let in the lead at the start. And he's been quick all day. I think the Tiara has been quick as well. So Mitch is in the lead. Well, I think the old RC10 has been going quite well, and I think that it's just it. Yeah, it is. It's Russell, I think. That's in second place there with his RC10. They've got a wing in the middle of the track over here. If they can't pass your wing if it's fallen off. Mitch is over already, lapping the field, is over the mountain and down the straight. Second place was over the mountain onto the straight. So you've got Mitch reading Russell, Jason Potter, Rich Sharp, Chris Slater, Martin Hopkins, Simon Settle, Andy Peck, Anthony Will, and Linda Wabonski. I never got that name right, will I? So that is your race order. Let's see if I can pick Mitch up, and he comes over the loop and into the jumps. It's been very good. He's not really got much pressure on him. He just enjoy driving the car. Don't think Russell's got the pace for the old RC10 over that. It's interesting because the RC10 carried on for many years after the Cougar. Mitch has set up this Cougar very well. It's very long. I think that's just the low shock towers that we're not used to. He's a good driver and is making use of that car. And it's a bit of an associated battle. There are 2 and 3 between Russell Lee and Jason Potter. And they are just entering the straight now. So that's 2 and 3. And it is over the little doubles in the middle of the track and up over the little mountain. He's a good part of that now ahead of the battling RC10s. I think the TRF is also making some headway now. Chris Slater is patching them up. So 1 RC10 over. Chris Slater picks place up. That TRF car looks good with that street body on it. That nice body shell. So Russell, watch out. You've got a Klein TRF Slater machine coming up behind you. So pretty much left Mitch to do his own thing. He's miles ahead at the moment. So if you see this Cougar, it will rapidly approach a gearbox, just let him pass. So there you go, that's Russ through in the RC10. Slater and the following RC10 of Jason Potter. And they're just going onto the straight. So you've got last cars, there you go, thank you very much. And then you carry that wing, that's it, and you'll have another 2 behind you. So this is the battle for 3rd place. Russ has managed to do the traffic and gas himself a bit. And Chris just manages to get through, but gets a little bit tangled. So red car, the pink car and the pink and blue car onto the straight is 3rd place. So he's left in, thank you very much. So that, well, hang on, there's that. Richard Sharp, which I had noticed coming up through the field with his last double X. A few mistakes from the associate guys, and a double X is looking down upon him. So we've got Russell with the RC10 coming over in 2nd place, and Chris Slater, the TRF, between just a bit wide, a bit short, and Sharpie a bit on the gearbox. And that is the real battle in this race. And then you just go on to the straight. So this is for 2, 3, 4, and 5th place. And they're all together within a few corners of each other. And TRF takes 2nd. Sharpie tips it on its roof. And he loses some places. It's the last lap, so it's a race to the line. And just watch out in the middle. Mitch catches the 2 cars up that were battling. That's a bit unfortunate for them, but they have to let him pass. Big air to finish with. Oh, and the stuff's it on the line. I think that's your 5th place car. So it was a win for Mitch Fidlin. Big lead, but the real battle was between Chris Slater, Russell Lee, Rich Sharp, and Jason Potter, who finished in that order. Then it was Martin Hopkins, Andy Peck, Simon Settle, Linda Babinski, and Anthony Witt. So race 33. Yeah, that Matt Thornham's not here.
Martin race 9. I'll do that again, please.
Just right.
Steve?
Just trying to confuse you. So it's Aidan on pole, Ross in second, Philip third, Northy fourth, Jake fifth, Steve sixth, Sam seven, Rob eight, Joshua 9, and Brett 10. That's what we've got on the list.
Let's just knock him over.
Yeah, just chuck Fox's car in a field. He's
Full story, bro. Need more dragons?
oh, nearly a clean start. So it looks like 1 and 2 or something tangled there. Comes the grid. And Foxy somehow jumps into the lead. So it's the double X that you didn't want to let go. Josh does a quite substantial takeout, gets into second. Butchering his way through. Yeah, let's then put a lap on. Oh, hello, Fox. You're trying to join us in race control. Yeah, let's Josh catch back up with him. Josh might just try a manoeuvre that he did last lap. He's flashing out of the way, basically. So your order is Rob Fox, Joshua Rose, Philip Sharlow, Graham North, Brett, Steve, Sam, Ross, Aidan, and Jake. So your real lead here is Foxy. Can Foxy set a fast time? And Josh hang on to him. And it's Phil Sharlow who's driving the Cougar in third place. He's doing quite well. Steve third one doing quite well. With probably not running that much as Cobra. The old shovel. Cost you like £3 for a wishbone back in the day. And he's got a tyre off actually. Which seems to be particularly affecting him. I think he did all that crashing all on his own. So it's Foxy coming over past race controls, a couple of back markers, and then it's Josh Rose in second place. And they're well ahead of third place battle. Ooh. I think the Cougar needs to be in front, really. Good. Got a bit mullered there on the landing. And then right as right. The pink car, and I'm not too sure which one that is. Is that North's? All right, I've been told North's car looks ugly. Oh, yeah. So, I think it's Ross Bartlett into third place. That fits with him. He usually has some bright colour schemes. So that is the battle. Third place, Ross has jumped the other two when they were having a crash. And to show the speed difference in this one, Rob Fox is lapping those cars. So he's coming up to lap third place. Josh is a good half a lap behind. So Fox is on a mission, not like he's ever driven around here before. Yeah, and through. So you know the colour of Fox's car, it's on your sticker sheets that you normally get for this meeting. So I'll leave it to you to let him pass. But you need to call him through. So let's forget about him. Boring. So it's Joshua Rose in second, Ross Bartlett and Philip Sharlow. Brett Stansfield, Jake Burr, North is dropped back to seventh place. Aidan Brook, Steve third one, and Sam Hunt. Where's this ugly car then? I know this. Has he parked it up? Ugly, I can't even see it. Is that it there? Yeah, we're just working out which Northeast car we need to start at the ugly one that's parked up. So it's Rob Fox comes past race control, and his last lap was a 22.13, and his best lap was a 22.006. Nearly a 21 there, Foxy. And second place is Josh Rose. His best lap is a 23.097. Just for a bit of bragging rights, can hear some little bit of jibing going on there on the rostrum. So Josh is the yellow car, and he's coming to lap near the cars near the jump. Josh is looking to next car is always tipped it up, talking about him, and he's crashed it. And the marshal's on the floor. Yeah. So yeah, Josh is gonna. So the first two cars are looking to lap the field. Yeah, and Foxy could be lapping it nearly twice. Yeah. You just failed, Rob. I think that crash early on probably cost you the extra lap. And Piddling still holds 2Q with a much older, decrepit car than yours. Just saying, Fox. So your race order of that was Rob Fox, Joshua Rose, Ross Bartleby, top three. Then it was Philip, Brett, Jake, Aidan, Steve, Graham, and Sam. So Rob's just trying the honeycombs out in case they actually work. So just watch out for it. Thompson, get out of the track. Sorry.
Race 33, round 3. You'll start at 32.
Have a Marshall on point 4, please. No, he's in middle of track. It's all right. It's north of being different. Different coloured top and all. Right, so it's the purple car that leads them away off pole position. And that is Richard Blake. Overcome by the other cars. That's told you it was leading. Was that a Norton machine? That's taken the lead. Really going well on this track, the Cougar 2s. So the next race is 34, which is the first of the post 99 cars. Oh, and that's a skyrocket of a jump. It's good if I've actually noticed that it looks like the Nielsen machine, but it isn't. It's Lee Stokes. It's driving it. No, it's not even in this race. It look like it's body shot to me, Steve. All right. That's what I said. That's what I said. It was Craig Mawson, but in it's Lee Stokes. Have you got a standing, Lee? Your driving standard's too high, Steve. So your leader is Lee Stokes, followed by Martin Wallace and Daniel Harding. That's your top three. And they pulled away a bit from the field. And that rest of the field is headed by Richard Blair, Gary Phelps, Martin Dunning, Andy Halliwell, Andy Brooks, and Chris Packer. That's the remainder of the field. So let's have a look. I've got the leaders going up the mound in the middle of the track and onto the straight. Within a few corners of each other. So if you're any of the cars that are coming towards race control now, you will have the race leader behind you, and that's the white car coming to the jumps. You will have the race and he's psyched himself out, looking ahead there. And that's changed the complex of this race. So now it is the Cougar onto the straight, the blue and white car. Thank you for letting him through, followed by the orange and blue car. We can let him through. And then it's the purple and white Cougar. Top three. So race leader coming onto the straight. And the other Cougar, I think, sniffing right at the back end of that. And the race leader is Martin Wallace, followed by Daniel Harding and Lee Stokes on a bit of a comeback trail. Ooh, a bit of a nosedive, but he manages to keep it on the track. So it's two Cougars up ahead. That's the leading three Cougars. So we're doing quite well with the Cougar, the re-release. And a decent to go right round here. So here was battle for the lead over the jumps. Tries to take them on the outside. That's nearest to around the nickel and over the mound. So they're starting to gap Lee Stokes now. These two pushing ahead. And that is the part of Martin Wallace and Daniel Harding. To fail. And he's gone a bit wide. And that has given the place to Daniel. So it's the orange and blue car in the middle coming over the mountain. And he's gapped second place slightly. And he's Stokes a distant third. So the race order is Martin, Daniel, Lee, Gary, Richard, Martin, Andy Brooke, and Andy Halliwell, and Chris Packer. You've got the leader in the middle where the nipple is. Thank you very much. And you've got second place behind you. That's come onto the straight. Thank you. And this is the battle for the lead. It's still not over. There's back markers to play. It's the track, didn't make a mistake. Second place getting a good run through there, Martin Wallace. And gets tangled a bit in the mayhem of the back markers. So the Cobra, you've got the second place car onto the straight behind you. Thank you. And you'll let him pass, please. Thank you. And the white two behind you in a minute. That's him around the outside. Slows down, dashes off. And the Wallace going through. Final lap. Fully a track for them both to go to the finish line. So a well-deserved win there for Daniel Harding under pressure from Martin Wallace, who nearly joined us, and should be Lee Stokes. Stripped up just over the finish. Third place to Lee Stokes. So your finish was Daniel Hardy, Martin Wallace, Lee Stokes, Gary Phelps, Richard Blake, Martin Dunning, Andy Halliwell, Andy Brook, and Chris Packer. And we're on to race 34.
So Craig Wendler, pole, Jordan 2, Matt Brendan 3, Jaden 4, Mitch Midland 5, Adrian 6, Matt 7, Neil 8, Aidan 9, yes, yeah, they do. Lucky someone at front. Marshall number 10.
Right, we've got Marshall's on points. Right, you got can count. Oh, Steve, beating us to it. So we've got Marshall on point 10 that could do with relieving if somebody wants to relieve him. There was only 9 in the last race, unfortunately. Could stay for one extra. And I think the leader leads us through. And that was Mark Render, I think, that was leading. Bit of a change over the jumps. Let's let them get a lap on the board. Commonly known, so I know which car's which. So it's Jordan Richards, who's done this meeting quite a lot of times. Craig Lender, Nick Schvidlin, Heidi Parks, Mark Render, George Affer, Chris Reed, Marcus Lunglet, Andrew Prince, and Neil Lewis, unfortunately, the rear. How you doing, Neil? Well, Batley, you need to uphold that the tradition. I've got Carl joining us in race control, and I think that was one of the leaders leading through. Oh, the leader's on the end of the straight. And that is Jaden Richards. So Durango Mitch with the yellow wheels on it. So that is a leading 2 cars, and they're miles ahead. Keeps on flipping it, Mitch, that Durango. It's not that easy to drive. So that has given Jaden Richards a bit of a breather. It's nice and stable, his car. So the car's going over the mound in the middle. You're going to have the leading 2 cars up behind you in a minute. It's a short lap down this track. And pink car going over the jumps. Yeah, you'll have the leaders with you. Oh, jumps over the top. Nick uses that as a little bit of a chance to catch up. He's over the mountain. Right, those guys here. In towards the jumps. There are your 2 lead cars. Thank you for moving over. And a bad jump there by Jaden, and that has let Mitch through. That's not what you want to do. Keep the pressure on him. That Durango isn't looking so good as other cars in some respects, I don't think. So Mitch just extending the gap over the second place Jaden, but I mean he's hanging on quite well. So leaders come over the big jumps and they're into another little double-double. And over the mountain, oh, Mitch hooks it up, and that's a change for the lead. It just shows you there. Just thought that car's been a little bit awkward all day. Had a few mistakes with it. And that's allowed Jordan back into the lead. Now his car looks quite solid. And Nick turning it big. He's looking every which way onto the back of the purple car onto the straight. The back markers, watch out. You're going to have the leaders coming up on you, and the leaders are coming over the big jumps now. He's left the door nearly open there, but shuts it firmly. And it's Jaden Richards still leading this one. Oh, he clips the corner. Not enough room for Mitch to get down the inside. And he's looking everywhere now. So back markers coming over the jumps, the leaders. And they are nose to tail. Really good race this. Round the nipple, up the hill. Oh, and Jared makes a bit of a mistake. And he allowed Mitch up the inside, but eventually hit a pipe. So race leaders playing over big jumps again. And then you let him pass, please. Carl on the little jumps, and that's costing the lead. Back now, causing Jaden a problem there. At the end of the straight. And that's it. The cars are through. Third place is a distant Ada Parks. So Jaden didn't make the last lap. Nick dribbling on to last lap. And good pace by both cars there. Nick locked in at 21 second pace. And somebody big. The Durango takes the victory. And that's Mitch Fiddling, followed by a very nearly Jaden Richards. He nearly won that one, followed by Eddie Parks, Jordan Ackle, Mark Lungley, Mark Render, Neil Lewis, Chris Reed, Craig Render, and Andrew Prince. And it's on to race 35. And I'll pass you on to somebody who can talk some in it.
Okay, so race 35 is going on. So Richard Simpson on pole, Halliwell second, Henry third, Mark Christopher fourth, Stephen Bond fifth, Martin Richards sixth, Kenna Miller 7, Stuart Lees 8, Mike Arger 9, and Chris Barrett 10. Okay, drivers, going into 30 seconds. Okay, so Rich Simpson leads us around, followed by James Halliwell, who makes the wobble. So giving Simpson some breathing space. And then there's Mark Christopher involved. So it's Rich Simpson, Halliwell, Martin Richards. Chris Barrett from 10th has jumped up into the 4 spot. So great start from Chris. Then we got Stephen Bond in 5, Mark Christopher 4, sorry 6. So pick up Simpson. So Simpson end of the straightaway. Then it's Schumacher KR. And then we've got Halliwell in 2nd, also running a KR. So gap is 2.1. And then we've got Martin Richards in the 3 spot. Okay, so 2.2 was last time by, so there has been 0.1 of a second gained over Simpson versus Halliwell. So Halliwell will need to do a bit more than that. And you've got 3 minutes remaining, and the race is going down the straight. So it's Simpson, Halliwell, followed by Richards and Barrett. So that is your top 4. So your leaders coming into the middle, 2 double. And then up the step up. So thank you, backmarker. You don't need to park up that much. You made life easy for James Halliwell on that one. So gap last time by was 1.9. This time by is 1.5. So it's Simpson, Halliwell, followed by Richards. So Simpson in front of race control, now Halliwell. So gap is 1.6. So another good lap from Simpson, extending that gap a little bit more. So Simpson's driving clean, 2 minutes remaining. So he's going to be approaching that pink and blue car, and also Mark Christopher. So that is your race leader approaching you very quickly. So there we go. So your race is down the straight. So it is Simpson, followed by Halliwell. Looks a lot closer this time round. So last time by, the gap was 1.4. This time by, the gap is just under a second. So 0.9. So the race is on. So silver car, don't be a factor of this race. Thank you very much. So you have 55 seconds remaining. So it's going to be an extra 3 laps. This one probably one more. So it's Simpson, Halliwell, followed by Richards and Barrett. So top 4, and there's a race for 3rd and 4th as well. But everyone's eagle eyes are going on the straightaway now. So it is Simpson, followed by Halliwell. 29 seconds on the master clock. So this is going to be the final lap. Oh, Simpson. So mistake by Simpson. So Halliwell's going to go over. So that's race over for Halliwell. With 13.301. Chris 2nd, Martin 3rd. Simpson, sadly that mistake has dropped you down to 4th position. Stephen Bond 5. And that is your top 5. So next up is race 36. So 36 is going on next.
Saying lots of seven. Bring up the same spot point down.
Okay, marshals, turn over, please. Drivers on the spots, please.
Watch it here. Yeah, not for long. But yeah, watch it.
Okay, drivers, best of luck, best of order. So Andy Creek leads us around, and Carl Marsden's through already. So he's going to be a man on a mission, chasing down Matt Thompson's time of a 14.316. So nice clean track out front of him at the moment. So it's Marsden followed by Burrows, Stevenson from the 6th spot up to the 3. Freddie Russell from 9 to 4 on a mission with his 22. So Marsden last time by was a 22.32. So he's gapped Brian by 3.5 seconds already, and we're 1 minute in. Ben Stevenson's just second behind second, Freddie Russell. So there is a race going on down the straight. So Ben Stevenson is just going up to the step up, and then we've got Freddie Russell, and then we've got James McFadden. So this is a race for the 3, 4, and 5 position. Whilst Carl Marsden's out front. So best lap we have seen is a 21.8 from Carl. Last time by though was a 22.3. So slight bobble on something. So Ben Stevenson just made a mistake, so that's going to drop him back. Marshall on the straightaway, opposite side. Thank you very much, Rich. So Freddie Russell from 9th spot up to 3rd. So need to find 2.3 to get on 2nd spot. It's Marsden out front now, so 5.5 seconds clear. Last time by was a 22.0 flat. So is he on pace to beat Matt Thompson's TQ time and take that one? So 2 minutes remaining. It is Marsden, Burrows, Russell, and McFadden. So there is a race between 3 and 4 at the minute. So going up to the step up, that is your race. So Freddie leads us. Oh, Freddie, you left the door open, mate.
So it's Isaac, followed by James and Freddie. So all three of them swapped around that time round. So going up to your step up now in the middle of the track. So that is your number 2 space. And 3 and 4 and 5. So nothing spreading those guys. So some nice, clean, close action. So Isaac's made a mistake to allow James straight behind him. And then there's nothing between Freddie and Brian. So we've got a race on for 2nd and 3rd, and 4th and 5th. Whilst Marsden's out front. So last time by was a 21.783. So Marsden, you are predicted on 14 lap pace. Is it faster than Thompson? So you're in your closing 30. So last time by another 21.9. So Marsden's pushing, trying to take everything out of that car. So 15 seconds remaining. $21,669. New PB. So Marsden's pushing out there. Will he be able to take Thompson's fastest time? And Marsden, you have finished. So your winner is Carl Marsden, followed by James, followed by Freddie Russell in 3rd. So Carl Marsden, you did it in a 14.316. And new TQ. Okay, so race 34 is up next. So John Price on pole, Craig Mawson 2nd, Matt Thompson 3rd, Richard Colvert 4th, Craig Mead 5, Kev Kitchen 6, Hugh Evans 7, Wayne Ash 8, Jim Dixon 9. So race numbers are 21, pole car 5, then car 1.
Can someone just free that one that's stuck at the back?
Stu Evans should be starting 7th after being stuck. Jim might as well start on the opposite side of the track. Is that far back? Okay, drivers and marshals ready? Go on the sign on the wobble. Okay, so race 37 is on its way. So John Price is making its wide. Oh, and Thompson's got through from the free spot again. This is not what probably Carl wanted, or Jemison. Probably wanted to be held off a little bit longer than that one. So it's Thompson, followed by Mawson, Price, Ash, Colvert. That's your top 5. Stu Evans, you're in 5th.
And then you've got Dixon, Mead and Kitchen to around the top 10. So there we go. So first full lap of Matt Thompson through, 21.8. So Carl Marsden's fastest one is a 21.6. So it's Thompson, followed by Stu Evans and Dixon. Okay, so sorry about that. So it's Thompson leads around, followed by Stu Evans jumping up into the 2 spots. So I didn't see that one whilst I was getting asked to do questions. And then Dixon. So it is a race on between Stu Evans and Jim Dixon. So it is a full TLR race. So going over the doubles now, over the tabletop, over the bank. So they are in the middle section. So guys in front of you going down the straight, that is your race for second and third. Thank you very much. So nothing splitting between Evans and Dixon. Whilst Matt's up front. So Matt, just to let you know, last time by it was a 21.6. Best we have seen is a 21.4. But is this time anywhere near Marsden's time? That is the question. Marsden did have the hammer down. At the present moment, Marsden, I'll be smiling. So 50 seconds remaining. And it is Thompson, Evans, Dixon and Mawson. Okay, go ahead, Craig Mead. That's leader. Thank you very much. So race is still on for second and third. Oh, Jim. Jim's made a little heroic roll. So he's going to try and get back onto Stu Evans' gearbox. Final 25 seconds. So it's going to be this lap and one more. Oh, Stu Evans rubbing the pipes. So going over the jumps. Jim looks clean of this by. Oh, Stu Evans has crashed. So Dixon's through. Exactly the same as what happened with Okay, so just waiting for Richard to finish. Oh, Marsden. Do you want to know your time? You did it in a 14.316.682. Matt Thompson, 14.316.6. 7-7. So less than a tenth. Okay, so next up is race 38. So Robert Tyres, Rich Cooper, Nathan Rawls, Graham Hunter, Colin McCaffrey, Stuart Robinson, Craig Lomax, Paul Upton, and Andy Bulmer. Okay, so Robert Tyres on pole, Rich Cooper second, Nathan Rawls third, Graham Hunter fourth, Colin McCaffrey fifth, Stuart Robson sixth, Craig Lomax 7, Paul Upton 8, and Andy Bulmer 9. Okay, I think thumbs up from Matt. Are we all good? Okay, drivers and marshals ready. Go on the warble. Okay, so race 38 is on its way. And let's see who's going to lead us around. It looks like it's the Rolls machine. It is. So it's Rawls, Cooper, McCaffrey, and Upton. So Hero Mover from Upton. Good old puppy from car 8 up to 4. So that's that car going down the straightaway now. So Schumacher KR. Chasing down by the looks of it, an associated B5. So it's Rawls, followed by Colin, followed by Upton. Upton's got some ponies on there, so McCaffrey's going to make his car as wide as possible. So over the main jump now. Puppy's looking left, looking right, and he's through. So it is now Rawls, Upton, McCaffrey, and Cooper. So pick up the race leader. So race leader is just coming up to the main double now. In front of race control, looking left. So looking good. So best lap we have seen from Rawls is a 21.6. And last time by was a 21.9. So it's Rawls, Upton, McCaffrey, and Bulmer. Okay, guys, let the back markers through. Thank you. Let back markers through. Race leaders through. So that colliding with a back marker has caused Nathan 2 seconds. So current estimated is on a 13 at the minute. So he'll be wanting to get a hammer down. So has he got a clear track ahead of him? So that yellow car with wheels, thank you very much. So Rawls got a bit of clean track for the time being. And then it's Puppy in second, coming up to the step up. So the gap between Rawls and Upton is 3 seconds. Puppy's not holding back. So best lap we have seen from Puppy is a 21.7. Rawls has been a 21.6. So nothing in between those two. So Graham Hunter, second place, will be coming to you at some point. So the gap between Rolls and Upton last time by was 2.1. And the gap's come down. So he's putting pressure on. Rolls is going to try and get the hammer down. Got clear track ahead of him now. So there's just a car in it, so it's straight away. So you're into your 50 seconds remaining. So it's Rolls up to McCaffrey. Oh, Puppy is absolutely smashing out there last time by. Fastest lap now is a 21.4. Rolls on a 21.6. So there's nothing going to be in it between these two. One small marginal mistake. So Rolls is through. Upton is also through. So that's a win for Rolls, followed by Upton in second. So next up is race 39. So Kai Richards, Rob Gallen, Cash Can, Cameron Charity, David Bell, Steve Hawkins, Ben Jemison, Alex Robson, and Andy Weston. So after 3 rounds so far, Matt Thompson's had 3 1s, Rolls has had 3 1s. So is Gemmo going to be able to secure that extra win? Yeah. Yeah, I know that one. Can we have a volunteer marshal on 0.5, please? Oh, Craig, me, you can just stay there. Cheers, Johnny. Hot Cobra. I haven't got any Cobras. Be a nice beer, wouldn't it, at the moment? Yeah. Okay, so it looks like grid has been set. So drivers and marshals ready. Go on the sound of the tone. Okay, sorry, just doing a mic change. So it looks like Ben Jemison from the 7th spot has jumped up into pole. So man who's come to race control, trying to find out what he needs to do to try and win this meeting off Thompson. So he's out there leading us around. So it is Gemmo leaders around, followed by Kai Richards, Rob Gammon, and Andy Weston from the 9 spot up to 4. That's probably as best as you can ever do. So we'll go and pick up where the Gemmo machine is. So just gone over the jump. So best we have seen from Gemmo was on lap 4. It was a 21.29. And last time by was a 21.6. Okay, so 2 minutes remaining. It is Gemmo, followed by Kai Richards, Rob Gammon, and Andy Weston. So the gap between Gemmo and Richards is 5.4. And we have only just seen, so best lap still has been a 21.2 from Gemmo. Will he be able to break it into the sub-20s? That is the question. So he's throwing it out the track. So nice clean track for Gemmo. So going down the straight, looking a left, making a right. So that blue B4, race leaders are coming to approach you. And he's on his lid. So it is Jemison, followed by Richards, followed by Gammon and Weston. I've got to apparently commentate more on Mr. Weston because that's Fox's old body colours. And apparently you can send it a lot more than that. Not into that car though, but that's one way. It's the wrong type of send. So 20 seconds remaining. It is Jemison, Gammon, Richards. And it's Gemmo going over the loop. So last time by was a 21.1. So here comes it. Don't think this is going to be a hero lap, Gemmo. Not now. Okay, race over. So, can I remind you, if you are getting lapped, please make sure you do not punt the person out. Not naming any cars, but it was a blue associated called Cameron. 1-2.
Wow. Don't know about that. Did you?
Okay, so rank 40.
Oh yeah, Steve, that's how you operate it.
Stuart Diamond 4, Richard Lowe 2nd, Andy Brooke 3rd, Brendan 4, Peter Moss 5, Anthony 6, Nathan Wilson 7, Ross Ballet 8, Chris Becker.
Ballet, ballet. Ballet. 12.
Ready? The inside right.
6.
Eight, Ross. Ross Ballet. 8, 8. Right, good luck, Pat, there, Nick. Right. Drives the Marshall. Ready?
Not sure. Well, you bring it.
Yeah.
That's TRX leading them away. Gets a good drive over the jumps. And a bit of a gap to the second place, which is Tanya. So it's Stuart Dye in the lead. Only just able to complete his first lap. And TRX, he's the only one here today. And that is followed by Brendan McNulty, Ross Fowler, Andy Brooke, Nathan Wilson, Jake Burr, Peter Moss, Chris Packer, Richard Lowe, and Anthony Witt. Right, this non-competitive meeting here. So Gemmo and Thompson discussing hundredths of a second. Was that okay topic? Hundredths and thousands.
No, it wasn't.
So Ben and Matt Thompson done exactly the same fastest lap down to the hundredths of a second. How do you want to resolve this? Do you want to have a fight about it? Arm wrestle? Right, so the leader of this one is still Stuart Dye with the TRX, followed by Ross Barlett and Jake Burr. So there goes the TRX in the middle of the track, and he's just going to go and wrap it round onto the straight. And he's got about a straight length over the pink and black car, I think it is, Ross Bartlett. Now let's have a look. He's got a nice lead through the third place, which is Jake Burr. And then comes Jake. So the closest position is third, fourth, and fifth. Flash there for the fourth place car. TRX coming over the jumps as the leader. Nice to do that through there. Where he's making this one count. And I don't know what Ross is driving, but it's usually a Coyote show or something like that, I think. So Ross probably pulled in a little bit there on that last lap. And then the last lap pulled in about 10. Not a massive amount, but if he keeps on chipping away, he'll be about there at the end of the race. Anyway, Stuart over the middle section, followed by Ross. Right, so no change there. At the lead, it's still the TRX. There's a few tippers over the jump. Under J Bears, we'll put it on its route. It needs to come through. And so you've got the race leader as a red car coming up the mountain, and the pink wheel car coming up the mountain is second place. So all our cars in front, it's letting through. Thank you very much. The race leader is a red car just coming onto the jumps. Thank you very much, back markers. And TRX goes on its way. I think Ross has closed the gap with back markers. So the pink wheel car is your second place. Now the lead has really closed up. That's turning into a bit of a battle. TRX a bit wide onto the straight. A lot shorter wheelbase than Ross's car. And he's got a clear track for a bit. Third place is still Jake Burr, so it's Stuart, Ross, Jake, Nathan, Andy, Chris, and Richard. And there's a change on the last lap for the lead. Caught a bit. I think he was very gentlemanly and let Ross back into the lead. So that's a win for Ross Bartlett. And Stuart just loses it on the last lap. Jake Burr finishes third. So your finishing order was clicks over. Yeah, go on.
And it's back on. Up next, race number 41. And I'm just going to call up my results. And this race is loaded. 1, 2.
So next I'll call it. I'm doing a whole lot of country. Philip Darwin third. Simon Ken fourth. David Barker fifth. Martin doing sixth. Mark David seventh.
My hero. As the man says. So put it on your grid spots, guys and girls. Hopefully all my marshals have already swapped over. Anybody waving that they haven't been? Waving, so 0.8. 7.8 should be Ross Bartlett going on 8. So he will be coming. There he is. Led by the beard. Don't forget your high vis Rob pictures, please, Ross.
Ross.
Sorry, Ross. We'll just hold for that. Track requirement, I'm afraid. Protect you from everything, that high vis will.
Might get him in first place.
Apart from Rob Fox. So, drivers, we're going to go straight into 10 seconds. And listen for the tone. Oh, hold up. Oh, one job, boys. So, should be Mitch on pole, followed by Andy Halliwell, 2, Philip Scholar on 3, Simon Kemp, 4, Jacob Bartlett, 5, Martin Dunning, 6, Mark Hazelden, 7, Mimo Mawson on 8, Rick the Power Greenwood on 9, and G North on 10. Remember, don't drive like a... No, never mind. So after a quick round of walls, they all thunder into the first corner. And Fiddling going to be leading us off. Possibly, I think that might be Kempy up to 2. Not that Kempy's on the track, but Kempy's car is definitely in the 2. And we'll see what happens when they cross the line. But I can recognise the Cougar of Mitch Fiddling. Oh, that was cheeky. So, white and red, I will tell you to tidy it up. If I see that again, you will be called for it. Most of us would have waited. So, Fiddling going to lead us round from Simon Kemp. I was right. I did recognise the Rob Fox style colours. And we'll pick these two up down the main straight. Fiddling already stretching his legs. Trying to come back, get away from it and pick up that golden one. Foxy keeps reminding me he can't last 5 minutes, so it'll all be okay for him. So, car that's just cartwheeled, you will have second place with you shortly, going onto the main straight. That one there. So, carry on now. And where's our leader? Let's see if we can pick him up as he comes through into the jumps. So, white and orange Cougar. That's your leader approaching. Yeah, that one. And you will shortly have second place with you as well. And a full order as we approach 3.5 minutes to go. Mitch Fiddling, Simon Kemp, Phil Scholler, Graham North up to the 4 from 10 on the grid. Martin Dunning to the 5, Greenwood to the 6. Then Memo, Mark, Andy and Jacob. And the battle for the lead about as close as what it has been. So thank you very much, guys. Boxer RC10, that's second place with you. Thank you very much, sir. And about the length of the straight in it, Mitch Fiddling seems to be managing the gap well. Best lap for bragging rights out there at the moment. Breaking into the 21s, and I don't care who you are, that is fast. Mitch Fiddling, 21.9. Best of the rest, Simon Kemp, the 22.2, and I heard that was the leader. So, guys, as I'm trying to call, please be careful. Car at end of straight, that's your leader with you. And again, thank you. Apologies for the late one, guys. I will try and do my job better. Our two leaders, and it's now Kempy going over the centre doubles, up towards the step up. Both over it cleanly. Both only about 5-10 feet between them. Going down the main straight now with 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. And as I vacate the seat for Steve Pearce, get back to the racing. And as I look back up, looks like Steve, easy for you to say, Simon Kemp has had a moment, and that's going to promote Mitch Fiddling back up to the length of the straight lead. Britt Greenwood now up to the 5, so making steady progress, and not a million miles off of Graham North out there. So orange and red, thank you. Our two leaders onto the step up. So Boxer RC10, you'll have second place with you soon. Please do not be a factor. Next for our leaders will be the orange. Yeah, those two cars tangled together. That's your leaders coming. There's one. So orange and yellow, your second place is with you. And Kempy gets it all wrong. Wears a box art for his trouble and then gets going again. So white and orange, that's second place with you. And next person for he will see will be Rick Greenwood. So be aware second place is coming, Rick. Our leader, though, now starting to check out. He is closing down on that orange and white Cougar. Yeah, that one. And then next one is Graham North. Thank you, Jake. You're already ahead of it. So Kempy coming through that same traffic. That car needs a ball joint popping back on, Marshall. Our leader almost in clear track. Thank you, green and purple. And next person we'll see will be the purple, white and red car. Thank you. And with all that going on, Kempy now coming through them. So your second place car is the white, yellow and blue. So please be aware of that. Greenwood up to the 4. So it's only him and Northy that are upsetting that balance. So green, purple and white. That's fourth with you. Thank you. Yeah, the only unbalance in the force is Northy's body shell, I'm told. So orange, white and pink. Yeah, that one. And Northy, you've got second place with you when he gets there. Cheers, buddy. And looks like Greenwood coming onto the straight. So this is your final lap, guys. You are racing to the line. I don't think Greenwood's going to quite get there for Northy, but he certainly ain't far off. Going to come through that with a 4. But Fiddling going to take it from Kemp, North, Greenwood, Scholler, and Dunning. So just waiting for this last couple to cross the line. One more drivers. Okay, so race over, guys. Cars on the table, straight out to Marshall.
Okay, so race 42. Race 42.
As the man says, Jason Potter on pole, Martin Wallace on 2. Steve Thurlborn going to be on the 3 with his Cobra. And Mark Weston on the 4. Boothski going to be on the 5. James 3D printed. Edward Hodgson is on the 6. Hattie on the 7. Keith Shields on the 8. Blakey on the 9. And Josh Rose going to bring it up at the back. So grid them up, guys and girls. It looks like they are already done. If my marshals are all swapped over, wave if you haven't been relieved. Everybody's happy. It looks like we're all gridded. Unless I hear otherwise. Listen for the tone. And off they all thunder into the first corner. Potter getting round it cleanly. Trying to escape away. But a whole gaggle of quick top boys coming up behind him. Jamie Booth is one of them currently, and they're already up to the 3 after only a few corners. Boothie with that factory team astute. And Boothie, hearing his name, promptly stuffs it and runs out of talent. So that's going to allow Potter to escape a bit. And we'll see what happens as they all come across the line for one. And it is indeed Jason Potter from Martin Wallace. As I say that, Potter hangs it up on a hose. So that's now Martin Wallace, one of our Scottish racers. Come a long way down here from the Falkirk area, if I remember rightly. And now into the lead with his Cougar Classic. Back to the racing. Martin Wallace already stretching his legs. Got about the length of the straight over Potter. Looks like Josh Rose from 10th on the grid up to the 3 spot now. That is a good start. And Josh circulating a good chunk of time quicker than a lot of these guys. So just needs to get back in his rhythm because he's now got Boothie like a backpack for company. That's a big old backpack to be carrying. So Josh Rose coming out onto the track, onto the straight in 3rd. There goes Boothie as well. Probably one of the closer races on track. Sorry, scratch that. So purple, pink and white, that's your leader. Thank you. And white, orange and blue, double X on the straight. That's your leader coming up behind you. And you guys have got the 2nd place coming through as well. So white, pink and blue, that's one of them. And I think that's Blakey. Thank you. So Boothie, very unlucky there to get tagged by a back marker. Whilst I'm trying to call everybody through, please be a little bit more noticeable of what's happening around you guys. So orange, yellow and blue, that is 4th place with you. Our leader, though, through and gone. Potter, though, keeping him honest and starting to close down a little bit on him. So we'll see what's keeping an eye on that. So orange and blue, that is 3rd place with you. Thank you. And next one for Jamie Booth will be Richard Blake. So, end of the main straight, Rich. The leader is coming. When he gets to you, Modi, you know what to do. Thank you very much, guys. And then you two, you will have a yellow and black double X approaching you as well. And that is fourth place, so please be aware. Thank you. Back to the front. Where is our leader? He's already passed one. So, guys, in the jump, your leader is coming. Thurlborn, that's your leader with you. Cheers. Sorry for the late call. And you guys will have second place coming as well. So, blue, pink, and white cougar. Your second place is approaching. Please do not be a factor. Thank you on the main straight. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to look in 4 directions. So, you guys helping us makes it a lot easier with 1 minute 30 on the clock. So let's pick up our leader. He's coming onto the step up and out onto the main straight one more time. We're just over 1 minute on the clock. He's got about got a length of the straight and a bit lead over Potter, but not major. So caution in the jumps. Marshals are running. And Blakey, you've got second place coming. And that car coming back on the track, that was second. Next time I see you do that, it will be a penalty. No ifs, buts, or anything. You will rejoin in traffic. So Potter clear now and on the straight, having lost a little bit of time with that, unfortunately. Boothie in clear track. Josh Rose trying to close him down, also in clear track. Our leader passes in commentary corner. Here comes second in commentary corner. He does not need that back marker out the way. He just jumps over him. And you guys got 23 seconds on the clock, so some of you will be getting through for one more. Others of you will be starting your last lap as you cross the line. Here comes our leader, though, Martin Wallace. Crosses the line with 11 seconds on the clock. So does Potter, only about 3 seconds back on him. 2.7 to be precise. And this will be your in-lap, guys, with 2 seconds on the clock. Booth skids through. Josh is not. So, Josh, you are done. So let's stay with our leaders as he comes round, does a little hop up, hop off, and crosses the line. So a big round of applause to your winner, who promptly lawn darts it, Martin Wallace. Great driving there by Jason Potter, holding on to second. Unlucky to Jamie Booth in third, getting caught out with back markers. And I think Josh Rose did as well. So guys, need to have a little bit more in eyes around us, please. Make it a bit easier on us. Like a boss. So as Martin Wallace celebrates with all the diplomacy of Richard Hammond, the field brings it round to the grid. And as the man says, race 43. And I need Simon Settle on pole, Gary Phelps on 2, Brett Stansfield on 3, Kev, I didn't get overtaken by the camera car, Bishop on 4, Kieran Pearce on 5. And I'm going to have a go at it. Chris Wisbianski on 6. Getting better, isn't it, Chris? I am getting closer, mate. Adam Foley on the 7. Lee Stokes on the 8. The Silver Rob Fox on 9. Richard Sharp on the 10. So grid them up, guys. Come on. Just give us a thumbs up once you are done, Mitch. Cheers, Mitch. Now get off the track before I give you a penalty. And off they all thunder into the first corner. Oh, a little bit of elbowing. I can see a Cobra to the point. Followed, and it looks like some Mawson colours there as well. One of his many Rent-a-Wrecks. And Fox is already making progress. From the 9 spot, somebody take him out. It's getting boring. So as they all thunder 3 for 1, Kev Bishop going to have to watch his back door. Because Rob Fox is a knocking and there's not a camera in sight. But at the front is Gary Phelps. Foxy going big, can't quite make it stick. And these two closing down massively on Gary Phelps as they come through. Rob Fox has a little bit of a champion's moment. 2 wheels, holds on to it, lose a little bit of time. But now Kev Bishop looking at Gary Phelps and the two of them straight up the inside of that Cobra. Over side by side over the jumps. Foxy goes for it and makes it stick. So Rob Fox to the point. Yay. The crowd goes wild. I mean, sorry, you're our hero, Rob Fox. Yeah, apparently Eugene is watching live, so you better crash, Rob Fox. Kev Bishop now in the 2, losing a little bit of speed, pace on him, but no denying it at the front. I mean, it's amazing. I never thought Rob Fox likes Losi. I always thought it was an associated man. But our leader coming into the jump section. So back to the racing. Let's pick up our leader. And he is closing down on the Chris Wismobile. Comes over the jumps, nicely nose down past the gazelle-like figure of Hattie. Do you mind? We're trying to sleep in here. So Kev Bishop gives us all a wake-up knock to remind us that he's there and decides to drop to 3rd because of it. But our leader coming into the jumps. People jumping out of his way. So my bad for not calling. Sorry, guys. So the white, orange and purple Cougar, you have your race leader approaching when he gets to you. White, yellow and blue Losi Double X. Foxy knows yellow wheels are quicker because he's running them. Coming round, closing down on that Cougar, coming into the big jump section. There we go, and on his way again. Next up for Foxy will be the homage shell towards him of the white, yellow and blue Ultima. Let's see where 2nd is. It's Gary Phelps. He's bouncing off a few track markers. And I think that might be Richard Sharp there running in the 3, trying to close him down. Bishop dropping down to the 4, so not having a great run for him. And with all the rounds counting and God knows what else for countbacks, that could be costly. So Kev Bishop needs to get back into his rhythm and try and make up as many places as he can. Richard Sharp needs to try and close down and pinch that 2nd place because no one is catching Rob Fox. So if you could just have a mechanical failure for me, Rob, and try and make it interesting, it might be a little bit better. Piercy's voted for you to snap it. So white, pink and black. That's your leader approaching. And your 4th place is Kev Bishop, but Rob Fox has just lapped him. So he's coming up to try and lap 3rd with 1 minute on the clock. Yeah, I think we should disqualify him because he hasn't got clear windows. That's for the RCA rule. Thank you very much, Sharpie. And Foxy's only got 1 more car to get past to lap the whole field in this race, such is his dominance. And he is approaching it now with 37 seconds on the clock and is now on 14 lap pace. He's just inside of it. So that is 4 lapping. Thank you. And there he goes. He is on 14 in 21 pace with 21 seconds on the clock. It's going to be tight. Like a tiger. So many comments as that was said to me then. But here he comes. Is he as paper or plastic? He gets across the line with 2 seconds on the clock. So he is on it. And he is on for an in 19 now. So a good in-lap from Foxy. Could seal the deal. As he comes through, hangs to the long left onto the straight. White, yellow and blue Ultima. Be aware if he gets to you, he's going for overall TQ. And Foxy goes big, tries to add to that crack chassis and takes the win. 14 laps in the pre-99 class.
Okay, so baseball for
Great run, Rob. Simonini. One job. So whilst my counterpart suffers completely with the no. Simonini. Simonini. Okay, Simonini. He can come over and pronounce it to you in a minute. As we say, James Kemp on pole, Daniel Harding on 2, Sam Hunt on 3, Russell Lee on 4, Ben Henderson on 5, Keith Robertson on 6, Simon Major on 7, Andy Peck on 8, Fabian Simonini on 9, and Aidan Brock on 10, although Steve is arguing me that it's Simon Nini. I think the Italian in Fabs might come out in a minute. I was told he was a Bromite. Orange Wing having a little bit of a cheeky creep on the grid, but has a karma crash accordingly, because she does never win. And I see the familiar colours. I think it's Ben Henderson to the point, but he has already got Keith Robertson with him. These two thundering down the straight. Fabs up to the 3 as well, joining this party. He is not going to be dropped by this lot. Comes round and they go into the jump section. Indeed, it's Keith Robertson now to the point. Babs runs out of talent. He's the first to blink. Bedlam in the jump section. Are you okay, sir? Okay, so Marshall sacrificing life, body, limb and soul to get the job done. With all that going on, Keith Robertson says, my biscuits are not broken. And whilst Race Control enjoys some of Keith's biscuits, he disappears off into the lead. Daniel Harding in 2, Fabs in the 3, Henderson down to the 4. Let's pick up our leader as he comes over the big jumps and promptly runs out of talent. Rejoins where he left in the correct manner and drops 1 place. So Dan Harding going to pick it up. But already Keith Robertson starting to close back in. And Fab's starting to join that party as well. Dan Harding rightfully checking up there after a crash. Utter respect for his fellow racers. Didn't harpoon them. And that means Keith Robertson now to the point. Fab's up to the 2 and only about a second back on him. About 10 feet behind it between them on track. And they are already closing on back markers. So green RC10, black wheels. You have first, second and third approaching. Yeah, that one. Oh, caution on the next section. So red, white and blue. Thank you. And you 3 cars, you've got second place trying to get through as well. Fab's going big, as does third. So green RC10, that's third with you. And white, blue and blue. Thank you. Great driving, guys. And thank you for the patience from the top guys trying to get through. Andy Peck, you have second and third approaching. And so the blackballed Fabian Simonini running in second, now trying to close down on Keith Robertson. That gap last time by 2.16. We'll see what it is this time by. But I think it is.